Big O, we told you we ain't playing no games, man. It's just surely probably Pablo, Culture, Lord Productions.
Good morning, South Florida.
This is the Big O Show.
You're tuned into the Big O Show.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio show with Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams, from the Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Friday Pablo in the Big O Show. Oh, on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll. Locked on the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live, it's the best of the best. He's got the fans, got the heat, he's the best of the best. Big O, the only talking sports with a style. Break it a morning, it's Big O-N. Thank you for tuning in, keeping you glued in. Stay tuned, because right here's where the rumors in. Same place, because right here some of them begin. Simply call and just state your opinion. Real talk, sports talks, the Big O Show. Yeah, you love it, yeah, you like it, call him and let him know. Culture, probably Pablo, now introducing the man of the hour, Big O, a.k.a. Orlando Alcigaris. Yeah.
Man, you better quit playing with these Miami goons from the Dade County. Eric Spoelstra, UD over there, the Cap, the OG, Rick Rose, Boss, Big Perk called this, I'm telling y'all.
Let's crank it, baby. Let's crank it. It's a Tuesday. We're ready to rock and roll on a beautiful Tuesday. It's a basketball Tuesday. It's a Tolentino Tuesday. It's a Zach Harper Tuesday. We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk a lot of Heat tonight. We'll talk some Dolphins. We'll bounce around all kinds of things going on in the NFL from last night. I mean, we got a bunch of things to get to here on the show, which is always a beautiful thing. Hope you all are doing well out there. Bill, you doing all right? You hanging in there?
Oh, you see I'm heated up, man.
All right. I like it. Yes, you are.
I'm ready, bro.
I am ready myself. Well, today I wanted to sport for the show a little Senior Bowl, just because our friends in Mobile are about to go through a rough one. I was doing my hit this morning. They were actually working. And so, because the storm's about to pull in, but it's slowed down and all that. So,
like I told you, it's just going to sit there and camp out offshore and just throw water.
Yeah, and so I just want to throw my thoughts and prayers to all our friends in Mobile. That's a place where I've been to a lot in my life, and
really cool little place, man.
And
very much so.
And good people over there, and look forward to going there again this year. Hopefully, we'll be through this whole pandemic thing. And then we can, move on, which would be nice. But anyway, I doubt we'll be through it by then. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what kind of limitations or we'll have or whatever. You know, it's probably a year that I won't be able to, like, hang out in Bourbon Street or something. That'll be weird. Anyway, you just heard from Perk there, as Kendrick Perkins has been on the Miami Heat bandwagon from the get-go. And tonight, well, we find out if this bandwagon can get to the NBA Finals, right? And, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, that the environment, I didn't think that the environment was going to be that much of a factor, to be honest with you. And I thought we would see maybe the same Heat team we saw throughout the season, the one that was kind of mediocre, just above 500, barely above 500, one game above 500. For, the last 2/3 of the season. And so you're wondering, okay, what's going to happen? And this team got into that bubble, and they have been focused, and they have played really well. And while you've heard others complain about the bubble and, being a little lonely in the bubble and that missing their families and that, whatever people were complaining about, the Heat have powered through, and those guys have bonded. Those guys clearly get along. You have leaders that are, um, let's just say, developers of talent. They're not progress stoppers. And Jimmy Butler is here to help Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson and Bam Adebayo and Carlos Silva and you name it, and Kendrick Nunn to get better. And that's the beauty of having guys like a Jay Crowder here. Those kind of guys, Iguodala, they've done their damage in their careers, but they're also team players. And the mix has been just absolutely phenomenal because you got a bunch of young guys that are willing to work hard and be the best that they can possibly be, assisted by seasoned veterans that have reached their pinnacles in their career and are comfortable with where they're at, and they understand the team game and how they know that they are better if they make their teammates better. And that's what we've watched with this Heat team. You know what I mean? It's been awesome to watch the growth of this team and how fast they've come together and be able to handle all of this, And so the good thing about this is you're not talking about you're facing a team with a whole ton of experience in the Eastern Conference Finals and in the NBA Finals, and they're champions and all that. The organization is that, not this group of players. So they haven't proven anything, just like the Miami Heat. And Boston's a really good team. And there's no doubt, stopping Jaylen Brown, stopping Jason Tatum is going to be a mission. Kemba Walker has got big cojones. I have immense respect for Kemba Walker. I just think that this is a really, really good team overall. But I also think that the Miami Heat have proven to be a really, really good team. And when I start to look at this matchup, the thing that stands out to me is the bench. And when I see Brad Wanamaker, Romeo Langford, Grant Williams, Robert Williams, and I know Gordon Hayward should be the top guy off that bench, but he's not there and he's not available for game one, and we don't know when he's going to come back. And even if he does, it'll help, but I don't think it's going to be this shocking difference that some people make it out to be. But it will be for their bench, because I don't fear their bench. I just gave you the names. So if I tell you Tyler Hero and Iguodala and Derrick Jones Jr. and Olynyk, are you not more respectful of the Miami bench? You know what I mean? And so that's one thing that when I come into this game tonight or this series, I think Miami has an edge on the bench. I really do. I think that's where there's going to be a difference in the game. I think Miami has more people that they can go to on their bench than the Boston Celtics. So the Boston Celtics are going to have to live on extremely heavy minutes by their starters. Okay? And that's why I picked Miami in 7, because I think they'll outlast the Celtics when it's all said and done. And I think that the Celtics, again, really, really good team. But I look at Bam Adebayo and I go, well, wait a minute. I know Thies is a blue-collar type player. He's the guy that's going to set picks and get rebounds for you, but he's not dynamic like Bam Adebayo is. So then I'm thinking, when I was thinking and looking at this game, I'm going, well, then Boston, what they have is Thies, Williams, and Kanter to foul a lot. So I would imagine that Bam is going to be at the line a lot. And if I'm the Heat, I'm definitely trying to get Bam involved in a big-time way, because I think he has a big-time advantage over the Boston centers. And I mean, they don't have anybody like Bam. You know what I mean? And what are they going to do, put Taco Fall in there? And they're not going to do that. He's too young and too green at this point, and too skinny that Bam at this point would put his ass through the hoop, and he'd probably break in half. You know what I'm saying? So There's things I like about this matchup, and I like them for the Heat. I like the bench. I like the center position. Obviously, now the question is Jason Tatum. How do you match up with him? How do you slow him down? Can Goran Dragic, do you use Kendrick Nunn more on Kemba Walker? You know what I mean? Because Kendrick Nunn's going to be a better one-on-one defender than Goran Dragic is. Goran can be a little bit of a pest at times, but Nunn can be actually a pretty good perimeter defender. And now listen, with Kemba, he's not a great shooter, but he has his moments where he's a solid shooter, but he has his moments where he becomes really, really good because he's clutch. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't call him a great shooter. I'd call him a scorer, but not a great shooter. So I think there's a lot of things to like in this matchup. Obviously, the Marcus Smart, dynamic of it all is going to be very interesting because here's a cat that can play defense, can set up his teammates, and can shoot the hell out of the ball. He has become a deadly three-point shooter now for this team. So the object of stopping Tatum, Marcus Smart, Kemba Walker, and Jaylen Brown is going to be obviously the key. I'm not breaking any news here, but I just think that when it comes to the bench and the center position, I think there's a difference there. I think there's an edge there, and it goes to Miami. And I'm hoping that these are the differences in this series. Miami outlasts them because they've got the better bench. Miami pounds them, frustrates them, has them questioning themselves because Bam Adebayo will be a near impossible cover, I believe, for them. Daniel Theis is a blue-collar guy, but he doesn't have the athleticism to stay with Bam. He could easily get Daniel Theis into foul trouble. So I'm hoping that that's what happens in this game, in this series, as it goes on starting tonight.
With the number of offensive options they have, got to figure that Jones, maybe minutes go up because of his ability to defend on the perimeter.
Well, I don't see the thing. I was thinking about all of those things.
Right.
Because I think it all depends on who's hot and who's not.
Okay, on the offensive end.
Yeah, on the offensive end for the Celtics.
So, okay.
And I think that may determine who ends up playing more than other guys. And you're right, Derrick Jones Jr. might be the guy that you need to put.
He kicks 20, low 20s.
You got to put him on Jaylen Brown at times to help you out. You know,
totally agree.
Iggy, all these kind of guys. The good thing is that we have perimeter defenders.
We have a rotation of them.
Yeah.
And to keep them fresh, rotate, use them.
Right.
Like the Pistons back in the day, go 10 deep and get minutes out of everybody.
And the one thing that I will tell you that hurts this team is that Kendrick Nunn can't shoot anymore. And so it does hurt because he's a much better perimeter defender than Goran Dragic. But when you have him out on the court, you now lose a shooter. You now lose because are we going to compare Kendrick Nunn and Goran Dragic? We're not, right? We're not even going to have that discussion, correct? Because this isn't the Kendrick Nunn from the first month of the season. It's not even close. That dude is gone right now. He might resurface again. Maybe he resurfaces in this Eastern Conference. But for now, I have to count him out because he hasn't been around for months. He can't shoot. And so that to me, that takes away from the perimeter defense at the guard spot because Tyler Hero's not a good defender. Duncan Robinson's not a good defender. Goran Dragic is Kendrick Nunn is the one guy. So now you're going to have to use Iguodala. You're going to have to use Derrick Jones Jr. a lot more around the perimeter and to help you out with guys like Kemba. You know what I mean? And so that's where this becomes a little bit of a challenge for Eric Spoelstra because he's got a kid in Kendrick that he can rely on his defense, but he cannot rely on his offense. And that's the shame. You know what I mean? Hey, there are positives and negatives to all of this, and I think that that's one of those negatives. I hope somehow or another Kendrick finds his shot in this series. Let me tell you something. Kendrick Nunn finds his shot. Miami wins in 6. Okay?
Do you think, like you're talking about, because of the balance of having defenders, because of what they bring to that side of the table, but having offense and not going totally one way or the other, we may see some lineups that we haven't seen, a set of 5 that haven't played together to keep a balance of offense and defense?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. We'll find out about all of this as the series goes on and what Eric Spoelstra thinks he has to do.
I got to think
order
because
to defend
of
these guys.
Jones and obviously Crowder's minutes, because of his ability to shoot a 3 and defend, he's going to be on the court a lot.
Who?
Crowder.
Oh, yeah.
A lot.
Well, you have to play him a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, we're down the stretch, bro.
You got to empty the tank.
Yeah, this is there's no time here to manage minutes and none of that garbage, bro. This is
So you're playing 40 of 48, man.
Yeah, you maybe.
Empty it.
Maybe. You might be right. That could be the case.
You know what? Traditionally, the Heat, like as we get into more serious in our past, you see the lineup, it reduces down. We only use 7 or 8 guys instead of using 10 because, it's who's effective. We're getting 6-8 more minutes out of you a game. Sorry.
Yeah. And in the regular season, Miami lost to Boston a couple times. They lost to them 109-101 on January. They lost to them in December 4th, 112-93. And I think they ended up winning the last one, 112-106. So they got 1 out of the 3.
Wasn't that was that a bubble, I think?
Yes.
I believe that was a bubble.
Yes.
And I don't even know that Boston played, you know what I mean? The full group per se.
I could tell you right now. I could pull it up actually. Tatum, Hayward, Thies, Walker, and Brown. No, they had their full complement. They had Hayward there. He played 36 minutes.
That's before he got hurt. I remember he got hurt, and they were talking 4 to 6 weeks.
He played 36 minutes. So they had their full complement there.
And they played minutes.
Yeah.
So they went for it.
Yeah, definitely. They played. Everybody played. Brown played 39. Hayward played 36. Tatum played 33. Kemba played 27. So, yeah, all their starters played big-time minutes. And Miami ended up winning 112-106. And in that game, they had 24 points off the bench. Miami had 43.
It's the formula you're talking about.
Right.
There it is.
I just think Miami has the better bench, and this is where you need to prove it over 7 games, that your bench is what makes a difference, and it puts a burden on their starters because they have to play more of their starters to keep up with Miami starters / bench. And so that'll be the enormous key, because remember, Marcus Smart is in your starting lineup because Hayward's out. Smart would be on the bench, and Hayward would be starting. You know what I mean? Normally. And so then that adds to your bench, obviously, when you have Marcus Smart, or if you would have Hayward on the bench, however you want to, end up
a guy
doing
moves up, and it leaves you empty on your bench, yeah.
Right.
Did you hear any of the stories about the Heat and how they're dealing with the bubble and some of the guys sleeping on the couch and,
Well, I know that they set up things like, they had like all their pictures of their families and everything there in their area and all that.
Lack of interacting with.
They made it more of a home for them. You know what I mean? And look, dude, I just think you got to kind of suck it up at this time. Men and women have gone to war for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. They didn't see their loved ones. They didn't even, there was no FaceTime or any of that crap. You would send a letter and you'd hope you'd get it in the middle of a war months later.
If you're an over-the-road driver, if you're a merchant marine, if you work the docks, you're gone. You're gone.
Suck it up, bro. Please give me a break.
They were just talking about some of the guys sleeping on their couch, blah. and not really interacting with other teams. I know that a couple of guys obviously have talked to LeBron, but pretty much no other interaction other than Heat players.
Yeah.
And they even talked about one of the Heat players was walking up to the elevator, and there's Corver from the
Right.
Bucks,
Yeah.
and like, nah, I ain't riding with you. I'll wait till the next next one comes.
I can see that. I can see a little animosity.
Like
so you can-
all business. I don't want to be your friend because I'm about to go to war with you.
Yeah.
You know, against you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's I can see that because players like to use that as some kind of motivation. So we'll see tonight, man. Tonight we got a game 7 between the Clippers and the Nuggets. Remember, I'm taking and it's now 7.5, I believe. So I'm taking 7.5 now.
Oh, the 9 o'clock, the Denver
It was 7.
Clip.
It's that 7.5.
7.5.
7.5 now. But damn, dude, it's all these. I went to sleep late yesterday watching the football games. By the way, does Tannehill walk around with a 4-leaf clover? Huh? Did you watch the game? I mean, that guy tried to give the ball away so many times yesterday. It's hilarious. The sacks, the inaccurate passes, they're all still there, dude. Like, and nothing's changed with the guy. You know what I mean? And since they didn't have a dominant running game, he wasn't dominant at all yesterday. You know, he could complete a couple little passes for you. It's funny how it's the same dude, bro. Nothing changes. And people, he's the highest rated quarterback. And it's like stats can be so misleading, man. You know what I mean? It's like you watch the guy and he's a great kid, but he'll never be anything special at quarterback, dude. Ever.
Were you
And he's not the guy that ever is going to carry you.
Were you surprised in the first
Did
half?
you watch the game? Did you watch the second half?
Were you surprised the way they were passing more in the beginning and relying on?
They couldn't run.
I realize,
They
but
couldn't run.
this is Henry, man. You're supposed to be able to blast, and they're missing Von Miller. Like
They couldn't run. Well, but Von's not about the run. You know what I mean?
But the
So-
pressure, he gets across the line of scrimmage and blows up plays.
Yeah, but remember, I told you that they had Bradley Chubb back.
Yes.
And then the other kid with the funky name also helped out on the pass rush. I forgot his name now. But
They looked like Von Miller was there.
No, it's a hell of a defense.
That defense.
Hell of a defense.
They said last night he spends 63% of the money on the defense. And I guess over the last 3 years, they're the first team in NFL history that in their first 3 picks to have a quarterback, tight end, and 3 wide receivers over the last 3 drafts. That formula.
Yeah.
And using 63% of the cash toward the defense, which is, by the way, the highest in the NFL.
Yes, I saw that. So they looked good yesterday. Defensively, but offensively, again, it's just, it's the kid and that offense has got to get it going, and then they've got to figure it out. That's it. But they've lived on defense. It's funny that a John Elway team has lived on defense basically for years now. They had their one season where they threw their 55 touchdowns, but overall, it's their defense that, like, John Elway's known more. It's like when you remember when the ball coach Steve Spurrier went to South Carolina, offense disappeared. And then the best part of his teams were his defenses. And you were like, is that Spurrier? What happened to Fun and Gun? And where's everything that, Spurrier used to do? And it was weird, you know what I mean? And then John Elway has not been able, maybe Drew Lock becomes the kid, but so far he can't find a young QB. One of the greatest QBs of all time can identify a QB. Okay, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't with Locke. We don't know yet. But still, it's funny that one of the greatest offensive weapons the game has ever seen, named John Elway, because he is one of the greatest offensive weapons I've ever seen in my life in the NFL, and he's known more for building great defenses. It's awesome.
He knows what wins championships, right?
I know, but,
Yeah,
no, it's great. I mean, Peyton Manning sucked. Peyton Manning was the worst quarterback in the history of the NFL to win a Super Bowl because he was brutal that year that Denver won it. That guy couldn't throw it for more than 10 yards. But the defense and the running game ended up, keeping you alive, and you ended up winning. And when you have a special defense, you got a shot at everything, man. It's amazing. It really is.
Cortland Sutton is a talent. Not having him in the game, do you think that's the difference? I mean, obviously, Tennessee missed a bunch. Goskowski,
he missed three field goals
and an extra point.
Yep.
A dunker against the bar.
Yeah.
Is Sutton the difference in the game?
I don't know, man.
You buy Locke?
Not yet. Not yet.
There's something to work.
I'm a Locke fan, but
there's something to work with, right?
I can't say I'm not. I can't say I'm right yet on him. He's one of those projects that I liked coming out, and he has his moments.
There's something to work with.
Yeah, he has moxie. I'll give it to him. The kid is fearless, but he has yet to cross.
Hey,
the
at least he wasn't dancing and singing on the sideline last night.
But what I like about the kid is he doesn't play scared at all. So he's willing to take some chances. Ian from Brooklyn was the first in the house. Says, good day, everybody. It's heat time. He is right. Julius 305. Pat in Asheville. NorCal is in. Mark McIntyre. I think it snowed last night. Oh, never mind. It's just ash. So NorCal says. Good morning, Big O, and all the fam in tune. That's from the Big Rig. Bromar Smelly. He going to light up the Celtics from 3. T-Bone is in the house. Says Dolphins look terrible. Thank you, T-Bone, for reminding us of that. Fred Soares, morning boys from Michigan. Gus 1388. Super Boom Shack. Dean G. Jay Gelfen says, good morning, Orlando and Bill. Playing in the Bible is an advantage to the Heat, not having to deal with away crowds. Their bench is stronger than the Celtics for sure. Yeah, no, definitely not playing. They were a terrible road team, and so not having to deal with the crowds and the Celtics have got a nice crowd in their place. So yeah, no, I'm 1,000% with you. Says heat discipline and conditioning is going to pay off with the winning series. I think so, too. I think with the bench, you wear them out, and I think you use Bam as a guy that's he's a complete mismatch. That's the thing about Bam, and that's why I would use him a lot in this series. Dean G says, please beat the Celtics. I truly despise them. Ray says, howdy, everyone, Big O. I sent you a direct message through Twitter. I tagged you on the new Mandalorian Season 2 trailer. Looks awesome. Bunch of Star Wars nuggets in it. I will check it out, my brother. I can't wait. It's right in October, right? During my birthday. My birthday is October 1st. I think it starts sometime after that. So, yeah. I can't wait for that, man. Looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to my birthday. I don't really care about my birthday. But I know that it's right around there. So
I think we're on a field trip. We got Hialeah Park that day.
Yes,
do
we do.
Not?
Yes, we do. Yes, we're at Hialeah Park next Thursday. The next 2 Thursdays, not this Thursday, the 2 Thursdays after that, which is the 24th and the 1st. We are at Hialeah Park. Andrew Lowe is in saying, let's go Heat. Let's see. And he also says PFF says 17 is the greatest QB of all time, according to PFF. Donald Peterson is in. Robert Triana is in. Mr. 305 for real is in. JC Aleman is making an appearance. Ronald Hubbard says, good morning, everybody. Let's go Heat. They are making a fan out of me. Making? You're not a fan already? How can you not be a fan of the Heat? Andrew Lowe, how can you not be a fan of the Heat? I wonder. I mean, unless you don't like basketball at all, then I understand. If you're not a baseball, basketball, football, soccer, whatever, hockey, I get that. I get people that don't like a specific sport. They don't watch it, doesn't interest them. But if you like basketball and I don't know how Pat Riley has now won you over after 25 years of just being exceptional. You know what I mean? Overall, sure, there are little speed bumps that have happened, whatever, but I mean, we could never hold any of the slightly bad moments in Heat history. We can't hold it against Riley because the good has outweighed the bad by tons, bro. It's like you have a parakeet on one side of the scale and like 4,000 elephants on one side. You know, that's Riley. He's 4,000. He's not one elephant. It's 4,000 elephants of good, of great, of awesome, of fantastic. You know, that's such a guy. It's impossible you can never even call the Heat organization light, or they fall short, or they're not good enough, or what. They are just exceptional overall. I mean, Riley's run in 25 years is the greatest run we've ever had in sports history in South Florida. Nobody's produced more championships, more playoff trips now at this point, more deep playoff success. Nobody.
And it isn't like we ain't had adversity, bad luck.
Tons of it.
Things, and he always, even, look,
Tons.
Beasley as the number 2 pick. Obviously,
Morning.
Zoe, Chris, Bosch. Even with you,
Whiteside.
heavy duty,
James Johnson.
bad call. Yeah, on the.
Those were bad calls. And they overcame
31.
all that.
Man, I'm going to blame it on that 31 and 10.
Yeah,
It's strong.
No, that was the drug. That was the drug, and they or that was the alcohol.
We OD'd on
They
it.
OD'd. They got drunk. They went completely crack addict on it, and they misjudged it. They fell in love with the wrong people.
Somehow managed to overcome
Everything.
This fast track
Everything.
where we're at.
Tim Hardaway breaking down constantly with an Achilles injury. Even though it became a blessing, but you sign Howard to this monster contract, the NBA reverses it. I mean, there's just you could go over through things. You sign Marley, and then he blows out his back right away, and you never really get the Dan Marley, the Thunder Dan. We ended up getting the 3-point Dan, not the Thunder Dan. I mean, I could just go on and on and on how it's never been easy for Riley. Like he has overcome all kinds of shit, and he's gotten it done, bro. And it's just crazy how it goes on and on and on, and they find a way to figure it out and move on to the next chapter.
Adversity makes you stronger.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. I think it's impossible not to love the hell out of the Heat. You know what I mean? We can openly talk about the shortcomings because there's so few, but it's amazing how we watch other franchises. You know what I mean? Look at the Dolphins. They can't get out of their way for 20 years. Now is when I think they're coming through and they're headed in the right direction. The Panthers, they can't stop tripping over themselves. You know what I mean? Some franchises can't ever even figure it out. And yet somehow or another, the Heat figure it out every time. Like every time. When somebody tells you, hey, we'll be all right, Riley, we'll figure it out, you can never turn to that person and say, oh, no, you're full of crap, dude. You're wrong. No, they won't figure it out. You can't. You'll look like an idiot. Because they figure it out every single time.
The trade deadline to unload waiters and get back a guy that's starting for us now.
Right.
I turn nothing into something
just
so often, man.
It's just stupid how good they are. It's just it is. Most franchises, dude, you're the Sacramento Kings and you're the Phoenix Suns. And I know now the Suns are, the sun is finally rising out in the West for Arizona.
Gotta feel bad for them, man. They were 8-0 in the bubble and didn't get to play in the playoffs.
They've been playing in the darkness forever because they can't figure it out, dude. You know what I mean? Some franchise, Orlando Magic, they've had every break in the book, and they can't figure it out. Miami gets every break against them, and yet they overcome all those breaks. LeBron screws you for 10 days, lets the moratorium wear out, so he screws Riley. Overcame that too. You know what I mean? It's just one thing after another, after another, after another for this Heat franchise. And they are the most determined, most driven, smartest franchise we have in town. And it's not even close, okay? Everybody has got to learn from them. Everybody needs to take a page from them and say, okay, well, they find ways to do things, and they're successful, and they even made us a basketball town. That's how good the Heat are, that they made us give a crap about basketball. Okay, they make us. I was just talking about this with Dono. We were doing the game on Sunday. Was it Saturday? The Atlanta game, and at the same time, our minor league team, the Fort Lauderdale team, was playing on the pitch. So we're watching one game, but we're calling the game on the tube because the boys are in Orlando City. So we're calling that when we're watching this, right? And we have a couple of young guys, right? Lopez, Vokun. We got a couple of guys on that young team that are kicking ass. And the young team now is winning, and they're playing well. They won 2-0 on Saturday night. They look good, and they played in a torrential downpour the entire night. But I was talking to Dono, and I was going, they're starting to develop guys here that now we're going to look at them, and they're going to get called up eventually. And it's going to become like Sioux Falls. Like at the beginning of the whole G League thing, okay, nobody, or D League, nobody, Sioux Falls, whatever, right? But then all of a sudden, you start getting players to come out of Sioux Falls that are coming here, and they're playing well, and you're like, well, wait a minute, what the hell is this? All right, so now I'm going to watch Sioux Falls. Summer League. 15 years ago, you wouldn't give a rat's ass about the Summer League. 20 years ago. The last time we cared about the Summer League was the first year, the expansion years of the Heat, when it was our first shot at seeing players. So hell yeah, we wanted to see Summer Leagues. And actually, Summer Leagues weren't in Vegas in those days. They were in Orlando or here in Miami. And we had 3-4 teams here. Because I went to them at FIU, and I want to say...
West Palm.
Yeah,
West Palm.
What's the name of that West Palm High School?
Baby Jordan.
It was the minor years.
We had Magic, Orlando, and Charlotte, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the damn high school is what I'm trying to remember.
No, it was community college.
It was a community college?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Well, that's the last time we cared about summer leagues. Now, what do? I don't know about you, but I watch summer leagues religiously now. Because now I'm like intrigued that what do the Heat have there? Is there a dude? Is there somebody I should just be looking at? From Briante Weber to Derek Jones Jr. and Duncan Robinson or whatever. All of a sudden now it's like, okay, well, Carlos Silva. Okay, so I got to watch the G League now. Now I got to watch Summer League. I want to see what the Heat have because they might have one guy. This year was the shooter. Damn it, what's his name? That I kind of like him, actually. The shooter. Let me pull it up. Let me see if I can pull up the roster. The kid's on the roster right now. I'll tell you right now. Give me a second here. Gabe Vincent. So, that was the guy, right? And so that's kind of, they've made us a basketball town. It's crazy. That's how good they are. It really is impressive. Pat Riley is the best. Being a Knicks fan for years, the Heat is fortunate to have him. We are super blessed, my brother. Super blessed. I know that for a fact. What else do we have here? I can't believe we have a chance to go to the finals. Drew Boo says, I love my Heat. Donald says, Pat is the Godfather Riley. Radically says, Big O, remember when teams had man-to-man shutdown cornerbacks that allowed teams to stack the box? Why can't the Dolphins do this? Sir, can you cover like that anymore? Think about that. Think about what corners have to do now. It's really hard now to be even a shutdown corner because you can't get physical with guys anymore. So it's a lot harder. But Miami is getting to the point where I think they have as close as possible to a shutdown secondary with X and Jones. You know what I'm saying? But
if you play for the Patriots, you're allowed to get physical.
Yeah, you could definitely get away with a bunch of fouls. But it's harder to play DB now than ever. But I think Miami is getting to the point where, and you saw it, it wasn't like Cam was beating you on the outside. This week, Cam did not do that. So that'll be interesting to see if that's the trend from here on out. And that's what I think is going to happen. I don't think you're going to pass a lot in this secondary. I really don't. So eventually, I think the Dolphins will have the kind of defense that will be pressuring people because our secondary can cover, man. And if Noah is the real thing and X is healthy and Byron plays the way he's supposed to play, I don't need, look, I know too many people get hung up with, oh, well, we now got to make Byron Jones, a thief all of a sudden. And maybe he's not that guy. X is that guy. X will snatch the ball and steal that thing from anybody. Byron covers you and doesn't let you get the ball. But, too many people are hung up with, well, we got to get him to become a ball hawk. Maybe that's just not him. There are corners that cover and don't end up with a lot of interceptions, but they do a great job of covering. So if Jones, X, and Noah are the real deal, the Dolphins secondary is only going to get better week in and week out because the coaches, defensive coordinator and our head coach, obviously, because he's going to influence the defense a lot, but those guys will figure out ways to get to the quarterback, okay? And they're going to cause a lot of havoc when you have that kind of secondary. So I think the Dolphins are working their way radically to the kind of secondary you want. Now, if you want that mauling type of corners on each side, you're not going to get away with that anymore in today's NFL. It's just really, really hard, man. It's such a soft league, and it's an offensive league too, So
well, think about the game. Any of the Patriots passes past 10, 12 yards that were completed, a couple of them, they were in the middle of the field.
Right.
There was nothing on the edges.
Yep. New York Kane says, I am concerned about Bobby McCain at safety. He's always getting trucked by other teams. Well, he's not a big safety. He's a free safety, remember. So look, man, if you're worried about that, the guys before him should have done the job. You understand what I'm saying? If the runner got to the free safety, the play's been a disaster as it is. So Bobby's not there to be the extra man in the box. He's just the last line of defense at this point. So the guys on the line and the linebackers and the strong safety have to do their job before it gets to Bobby McCain. You understand what I'm saying? So picking on Bobby McCain at this point, you're actually missing the point. Okay? If you're picking on Bobby, it's because everybody else is not doing their job. Bobby's supposed to be playing center field and covering people, not worried about the back that broke through two different levels of the defense and then got to Bobby. So I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to worry more about the guys up front doing their job and doing a much better job at it. That's what's got to happen.
Your safeties and cornerbacks having lots of tackles, getting involved with obviously the guys in the front are not. Yeah. You don't want that. That's not good. Statistically, your team is a disaster.
Yeah. Mr. 305 for real question. What is Miami's weakest point that the Boston Celtics can gain from point guard? If Kemba comes in hot, I think he can give Goran Dragic some problems. Okay? I think that'll be an issue for him. So Kemba will be a guy that's what I'm telling you, that Kendrick Nunn, the fact that Kendrick Nunn can't shoot anymore is a huge problem in this series. Because I would like if Kendrick Nunn could shoot, then I would start Kendrick Nunn over Goran Dragic because Kendrick Nunn can play defense. Now, maybe you sacrifice a little bit of Goran and you play a little more Kendrick, but you have to have Kendrick has to be a good facilitator, has to take care of the ball, and has to drive. Because since he can't shoot, he's got to be able to drive and score around the basket and draw some fouls. But I think it's stopping Kemba. That, I think, might be a weakness of theirs. I think they match up pretty much everywhere else that they can. Now, again, that's not to tell you that Tatum's going to be easy to stop, no matter who it is on our team, okay? Kid's a player. Let's see. People forget we're a young team with not much chemistry yet, still a work in progress, but this coaching staff will coach them up, just like they did last year, Anthony. I'm with you. He's too small is what I'm getting at. No, I get it, my brother, but you know what I mean? It's like we have to fix up front first. And then Bobby won't have to do, and he won't concern you as much if everybody else is doing their job. Let's see. I think being at home and not committing turnovers, Dolphins can beat Buffalo. Of course the Dolphins can beat Buffalo. Hell yeah, the Dolphins can beat Buffalo. And they don't have a great quarterback. Look, you got to go into this game the same way you went into the Patriot game, except you can't fail this time. You got to make it. You got to stop the run. That's what it's all about, stopping the run. If you stop the run, Josh Allen's not going to beat you with his arm. If you stop the run, Cam Newton's not going to beat you with his arm. If you stop the run, Ryan Tannehill's not going to beat you with his arm. Okay? If you stop the run, I don't believe Lamar Jackson will beat you with his arm. There's several of those kind of guys in this league. But if you don't stop the run, then you allow their game to flourish. And that's the problem right there. So Buffalo, it's easy and it's really hard. The game plan is easy. Executing it is going to be really hard. But you got to be the more physical team, and you got to make sure that Josh Allen and those running backs cause no damage. You got to make sure you put them in second and third and longs on a consistent basis. Force that quarterback to stay in the pocket and beat you with the arm. They're not accurate enough, and eventually they'll make the mistakes, and you will then capitalize on those mistakes. That's it. It's pretty simple. It's not that difficult, actually. Difficult to execute, not difficult to design.
With our secondary, okay, being as good as it is, we should be able to put 7 in the box, man, right? And play the run and keep Allen from getting out on the edges and, running amok.
Make him a passer.
Thank you, right?
Make all these athletes that play quarterback, make them passers, okay? Can't do that with Kyler Murray because he can pass. But some of the other guys can't do it with Russell Wilson because he can pass.
Force him to his weakness. Force him to his weakness.
Some of these athletes, you got to make them try to be quarterbacks. And that's where they struggle. When you've got to force them to make pinpoint passes on a continuous basis, that's when you will get the tip pass. That's when you'll get the overthrow. That's when you get the turnover. And that's what they got to do to Josh this weekend. Do not make him, if you allow him to run, if you allow the running backs to run all over you, then he's going to even pull off some passes because athletes will make some plays. So Lamar, Ryan, Cam, all those kind of cats, they're going to make plays because they're athletes. But what you got to make them is quarterbacks. And when you make them and force them to be quarterbacks, that's when they'll make the mistakes. That's when they'll throw the errant pass. That's when they'll make the bad read. And that's when you take advantage. But once you allow them to get that running game going, it's over. It's the game's easier for them because those athletes bring, that that extra sauce to the table, as they say.
They use the running back out of the backfield in the flat a lot.
Yeah.
The Singletary guy,
Yeah.
I think he had 4 or 5 receptions and I think 6, 7 targets.
Yep. What do you think about Canes versus Louisville? I also think we got ranked this past weekend at number 17, 18 in the coaches poll. None of that means anything to me. We'll see what happens with. I don't know enough about Louisville to tell you what's going to happen. I know this: the competition's a little stiffer this week now, so it'll be good to see Miami up against stiffer competition. The De'Aaron King kit. Speaking of athletes, I did not see a quarterback. I saw an athlete with the ball in his hands. With De'Aaron King, I did not see accuracy. You know what I mean? So that also is a thing I gotta see with De'Aaron King. Is this a guy that he's got to live off the athleticism? So that's not going to be consistent when it comes to delivering passes. That's going to be an issue.
I was wondering why we're 17 and 18 in the 2 polls, but realize there are SEC. They haven't started, but there are SEC. The Big Ten teams are missing. That's why we're in the top 25.
And Pac-12.
And the how many Pac-12s are going to be?
1 or 2.
Okay.
Stanford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stanford, yes.
Stanford will be there.
Washington,
isn't
Oregon.
Isn't Utah also in Pac-12?
Yes, Utah is.
They're usually ranked, dude.
Oregon.
And Washington. And Oregon. And Washington.
So out of those 4, at least 3
will be ahead of Miami.
Okay, and then
easily,
you kick in the 4 or 5 from the Big Ten, and that's 8, and we're at 26, 27,
right.
And we're one of the teams at the bottom with the little tiles.
That's a good point. I completely forgot about the 2 conferences being out, and that right, yeah. So it's like a bogus ranking.
We fell into the top 25.
Yeah, it's like a bogus ranking. Just what, just take care of business on the field so we can feel good. The rankings don't mean crap. The Heat also have to worry about Hayward. He'll be a mismatch for some people. He won't tonight because he's not on the court. I don't know if you know that man of 1,005 holds. He's out. Still not back from the high ankle. But that's when they actually have something off the bench that could scare you. Him or Marcus Smart, however they want to work it. Big O, do you think maybe Lynn Bowden or Matt Perry can possibly help out in the punt return game this week, especially if Grant needs to play more wide receiver in Parker's place? It's a great call, Dean G. They may have to do that. What I don't want, and I'm glad you brought that up, because last year, one of the things that I thought hurt Jakeem Grant was that he played too much. And he's not a big guy. So you don't want to put a lot of wear and tear on him. And I thought they used him too much in the return game along with wide receiver. And so I'd rather you, if he's going to be your main returner, I only want you to sprinkle him in at wide receiver. I don't want you to wear him out because he's not a big dude. So I'm glad you brought that up, because some of the other guys, let's hope, start helping out in those areas. Now, if you don't have confidence in the youngsters that they're going to catch the ball consistently and they're going to make plays for you, then you're screwed. Okay? It's like when Jimmy in his first couple of years, he was playing Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor on special teams, and people kept asking him, I think it was their second and third years that they were still on special teams, and they were asking, why are you playing some of your best players on special teams? And he goes, because I play my best players on special teams. I take special teams serious. And so if you want to win that battle, most coaches are not going to screw around, and they're not going to use their third best player for a returner or their second best player for a returner. If their first best player is the starter, then they're going to use that guy, because they want to win every phase of the game. And they know that field position is half the battle in football, because if you own field position, when somebody makes a mistake, and I'm talking about your opponent, then they're making a mistake deep in their side of the field. And that's why you want to constantly try to win the field goal battle, field position battle. That's why punting isn't the worst thing in the world at times, because if you're pinning a team down and you have a good defense, you can create opportunities for your offense. That's kind of the battle. So special teams is taken seriously by most coaches. And if he doesn't feel the two youngsters are better than Jakeem, they're not going to play it. That's usually the thinking with most coaches. They don't care that they have to put a little more burden on the player because they care about winning. And if that's what they feel is going to give them the best chance to win, that's what they end up doing. But I thought they used him a little too much last year, and that's where I would be careful with Jakeem. Use him all you want on special teams because he's special. But please, please limit him at wide receiver. Use Malcolm Perry, use some of the other guys at wide receiver.
15 snaps at wide receiver. If he's getting a full complement on special teams, right?
Yeah,
15.
Yeah. It's I worry more about what touches you give him, obviously. But yeah, I don't think you need more than 10 or 15.
You want him in space, running,
Yeah.
not getting hit.
Yeah.
Don't run. Don't do reverses and have him running the ball where he's probably going to take a hit.
Yeah, it's there's no doubt. Jose, if the rookie safety is coached up and plays at a high level, who plays nickel? Looking at the depth at DB is definitely something Miami built this year. To say they have depth anywhere feels good. Well, Jose, that's the beauty right now. They're still trying to figure those things out. The dime and the nickel package. I mean, they have their base now, but that's something that I think could be fluid as the season goes on. But there's no doubt that there's serious depth now at corner, and that was the idea. They're trying to build a rotation in everything that they're doing. You know what I mean? So yes, I'm with you there. That Brandon Jones, who played really, really well, that's a kid that definitely can help out, and maybe even the coverage area too. When they go dime, when they go nickel, he's going to be a big part of all of that. What do you think about the Canes versus Louisville? We'll find out, man. We will find out. I just heard Spo seems very confident in a very non-confident way. I would not want to play this Butler team. Boy, this is going to be good. Oh, it's going to be fun. Get him a velvet black light poster of Bill. I don't know what are you talking about? Super Boom Shack. Well, what does that mean? I don't get it. Why do we want a velvet poster of you?
I don't understand, but whenever I hear that type of talk, I automatically go to, Spencer's and Mailman, in the back. They'd have that little area.
Yeah, definitely.
And the classic one was the Black Panther, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The fuzzy one.
Yep. Daniel Amador says, if Miami wins the NBA championship, would Riley retire? I think he would. I think that's what he wants to do. I think one last time he wants to win one more title and, F you all. Not to us, but, to the NBA world. See, I did it with 3 different types of teams. Screw you all. But I'm the man. I'm walking out.
Semi-retire? Stay on as a sideline consultant?
No,
he's always going to be part of the Heat, right?
Yeah.
He's always going to be.
But I think he's retiring.
Do we have a guy? Obviously, Spoelstra, is come up from the video room and became a coach. He's not ready to retire as a coach and go up into the office.
No, but he'll run the organization like Riley did.
Oh, so he would get double duty.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have plenty of influence. Yeah, I know Nick Harrison has already been groomed to be team president and all that stuff. And you've got guys in the organization like Zoe and other guys that are being groomed too.
So you're not. It sounds like you're not worried.
Yeah, no.
If Riley sails off into the sunset.
No, I'm terrified.
Okay, you are.
Yeah, no, I'm terrified.
But he's always going to just be a phone call away, right? I mean,
Yeah, but if you're not following it on an everyday basis, once you step away,
something's lost.
Yes, you're not going to. There's no way that you're going to, be in tune with everything that's going on right now.
So, Heat, if you're listening, please send, after Riley retires, a daily update of what's going on in Heat Nation.
And by the way, is Shane Battier still here with us? Is he I think he works. Doesn't he work in? No, he works for the NBA now. That's what it is. That's what it is. He's working with the NBA. He was working with us. But I mean, they'll be fine with good people. But Riley is Riley, bro. Cam Harris is the next great running back. Don't you love that kid? Damn, he is fun to watch. Love how he runs, man. Fell in love with that kid last year. What do you think of my Bahamian boy, Jazz Chisholm? He's coming around, isn't he? It's nice, man. And he's a good kid, too. We had him on the show back when we were at Fan Fest. And he's easy to root for, man. Jazz is a good kid. I mean, the whole Marlin thing yesterday, they won again. What's it called? Lopez had a nice outing yesterday, which was nice to see. What did he do yesterday? Lopez went 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 6 Ks, improved to 4-4. Miami is 24-21 now. They're 3 games above 500. They just took 5 of 7 from the Phillies. That's crazy, dude. Rojas hit a solo shot yesterday. Sterling Marte. There was a guy on Twitter that was like, I mean, why are we trading for Marte? What? And the Marte acquisition has been really good for this team, actually, to be honest with you. Now they start a series with the Sox. And how funny is this? A winnable series with the Sox, I can say. Sox have a losing record. Marlins are better than the Sox.
They're one of the worst teams in the American League.
I know. I'm just saying.
You know, when people opt out.
How do you say it about the Heat, bro? I mean, about the Marlins. How do you say it about the Marlins? They're so damn young.
Because they're kicking ass and taking names,
I
brother.
know, but they're not supposed to be better than almost any team out there.
Don't tell them that.
It's awesome. The best story in South Florida is the Marlins. Okay? I know the Heat are on the brink of the NBA Finals and all that, but the accomplishment of the Marlins is freaking amazing, dude. It really is. And tonight, Sandy Alcantara is on the mound. That's pretty cool. At least you get to watch it early because at 6:40, so you get to watch a lot of Sandy before the Heat actually take the court. Because the Heat are the oh no, they're the early one. I'm sorry, they're 6. That's right. The Game 7 is the later one. Sorry, it should be the later one because it's a Game 7.
6:30 start, but 6:40 tip. They're talking, and then
6:40.
9. Yeah, 9:40.
So it sucks. So you're gonna have to record the Marlins because that's probably what I'll do is I'll record the Marlins and then go back and watch it after that. Let's see what else. I don't even think the coaching staff will even consider playing Tua until they see our O-line play against San Francisco D-line. They'll take the losses if O-line isn't playing well to protect Tua. Yes, I've been saying that for a while. Now, remember, if they're out of it mathematically, then I think that's when they consider Tua. If Fitz is playing well, I don't think they'll put Tua in. Okay? And then obviously Fitz playing well and they're winning, for sure Tua doesn't play. But I don't think Tua shows up till later on in the season. And listen, I hope this week is a sign of things to come with the offensive line because they played well. Now they just got to improve the run blocking. They were good, man. Upcoming bat ghost alert, as always, as all well, bodes well, 35. What? What the hell is that, Pat in Nashville? What are you talking about?
I'm looking at the 25 just to bring us down to reality. Kentucky, Appalachia State tied for 23. Army, BYU 22-21. Yeah. Okay. In front of us, Memphis, the basketball team at 16. Cincinnati, another basketball team at 13. University of South Florida at 14. So us being at 17, there's 6 or 7, I guess, along with us, imposters in the top 25.
Yeah.
They're basketball schools.
Yeah. Listen, the season will tell how good the Canes are. Folks, right now you can get the ILX for $199 at Craig Zinn's, Acura, Pembroke Pines. We're talking about the 2020 model. And if you buy or lease right now 2020 ILX, with $500 for loyalty savings and upgrade opportunity. So if you own or lease an Acura, now's your time because you'll get some bonus for that. And of course, they are the number one volume sales dealership when it comes to Acura over the last 10 years in the Southeast United States. A 2021 RDX, $339 a month, folks. Only $29.99 do it signing plus tax tag and registration. An MDX 2020, $339 a month. If you're a military veteran, $750 off. So get on down there to 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Tell them that Big O sent you, man. Some great people out there, Larry Schlossberg and company. They will take care of you at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines.
It's a buyer's market at Toyota of Hollywood. Over 1,500 Toyotas on the ground, and truckloads just keep on coming. Now pay up to 50% less. 2020 Camry, not $29,000, $17,775. 2020 Corolla, not $22,000, $13,775. Buy a new 2020 Toyota with zero down and 0% financing, or we'll make your payments till 2021 at Toyota of Hollywood, the number one volume Toyota dealer on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street.
Are you tired of watching the same old travel videos on the internet? Well, then check out MikeNoGoZones.com, a travel documentary that's breaking barriers. I go to the places that the media tells you to fear, where no one else dares to go. Baltimore, Opelika, South Side of Chicago, and more. Go to MikeNoGoZones.com.
Hey, it's Big O. For all of your family dental needs, please reach out to Moodius Dental. I've known Eric for a while, a big fan of our show. Call him at 305-821-0231. Whether it's you or your kids that need some dental help, whether it's implants, Invisaligns, they are the experts. Or if you're just looking to fill a cavity or clean your teeth, or maybe even get a crown, you are going to love the professionalism, the family-like atmosphere, and of course, when you talk about being clean, that's what it's all about in today's society. You are going to go to an extremely clean place. Go to MoodiusDental.com. Go to the website. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Moodius Dental. Tell them that Big O sent you. 305-821-0231 or go to MoodiusDental.com. Hey, it's Big O. For all of your CBD, THC, or hookah needs, you got to get on down to VSS West Pines at 12397 Pembroke Road. Yes, they have got legal THC. You've got to check it out. And they've got, of course, when it comes to CBD, flower, tinctures, edibles, for all kinds of reasons, whether it's pain, stress, anxiety, you name it. And don't forget, when you mention my name, you'll get 20% off. Tell the boys out there that I told you to get on down to VSS West Pines, 12397 Pembroke Road, and call them 954-613-3367. Legal THC, CBD, all of your hookah needs. You go to VSS West Pines.
You're 8-1, which is the best record of any playoff team left here. What does that say about the dangers of this Miami Heat team?
Absolutely nothing. All of that's behind us now. We're waiting to see who we get out of Toronto and Boston, and then we'll lock in on that. But it's 0-0 now. We got 8 more to get.
All righty, we back. Josh Tolentino from The Athletic. It's a Tolentino Tuesday. He's going to join us at the bottom of this hour. I didn't realize we did a straight hour right now. We got on at 11.
Got to stick to the 30-minute segment here to assist getting Josh on.
Yeah, definitely. We got to hit the bottom of the hour mark this time.
Stop signs at 12:27.
Since we didn't do it in the last hour. But, I mean, when you guys listen to the local radio, right, they do an hour straight of talk, right? Don't they? Without any commercial breaks? Right? I mean, that happens all the time, right?
They do an hour of talking about a 5-hour period.
Yeah, something like that. So, anyway, plenty of things to talk about. We got the Heat and the Celtics tonight at 6:40. Why don't we do this? Let's go over the head coach's comments yesterday as Brian Flores addressed the meteors. And we played the one from the post-game show yesterday. Figured today it's their day off. We'll get Coach on, and we'll maybe get some of the other stuff that went on today too at camp. We'll see what we do. But let's hear from Brian Flores, the head coach of your Miami Dolphins.
Hi, Brian. A couple of things. With the need for more explosive plays, do you take a look this week at maybe incorporating Malcolm Perry and maybe giving Breida more touches just because of his speed? And just want to make sure that Fitzpatrick is starting on Sunday for you guys. Thanks.
Yes, Fitzpatrick starting. We'll look at there's a lot of things we got to work on. Explosive plays are part of that. So we'll look at different schemes, personnel. We'll look at everything and try to do what we feel is best for the team from an explosive play standpoint, but also just an overall offensive standpoint.
Cam? How you doing, Flo? Wanted to ask, you guys got another running quarterback in Josh Allen this week. Are you able to learn from maybe what didn't work with Cam and kind of apply that this week? What were sort of your maybe early takeaways from watching the film on that?
Yeah, I mean, I watched it this morning. Obviously, Josh Allen's big, strong, fast. He had something like 60 yards rushing yesterday. Some similarities to what we saw yesterday. Obviously, we're trying to get a lot of that fixed now, from an edge setting standpoint, from a tackling standpoint, just from a schematically. Hopefully, we'll work on that over the course of the week, just from a technique, fundamentals, and practice standpoint, and then hopefully it helps us on Sunday next week.
Steve Wine.
And with Ryan's interceptions, it looked like with a couple of those, there was a lot going on, receivers slipping, even possible pass interference on the one. How did you see those after getting a chance to look at him again, and how did you grade his play overall?
As a team, we've got to be better across the board. Offense, defense, special teams. There were some opportunities that, we didn't take advantage of after watching the film. That includes the quarterback position, but it includes all the positions. We need better play from everybody. We need better coaching. That starts with me. So, there's a little bit to go around at every position, every position coach. We all have to be better.
Omar?
You mentioned the edge setting when it comes to stopping the run game. 200 yards was you mentioned tackling, but it doesn't seem like you guys missed a lot of tackles. What were the issues in terms of the 200 yards?
There are obviously a lot of issues. So setting the edge, those quarterback read plays, who's got the quarterback, there's just some miscommunication on that. We had a couple calls there where there was just some miscommunication. We try to get it fixed on the sideline, got it fixed. One guy's got it, somebody else doesn't have it. Change of grouping. There was a plethora of things we got to get fixed, and we'll work on that all week. And again, that falls on me, and we'll get that corrected. And we're looking forward to another opportunity to go out and compete next week.
The thing that kind of frustrates me sometimes about people in general, and this has nothing to do with Omar's question. I'm talking about the attitude out there that I got after the game on Sunday. And it's almost like some people expected the Dolphins to play like the Chiefs. And, well, how could they, be so unprepared? How could they allow them to run them over them? And how did they not make adjustments in the second quarter, at halftime, in the fourth quarter? And the coach is telling you there that they coached them up. But remember, when you have so much turnover, okay, like the Dolphins have, and you have a lot of young guys also involved in that turnover, they don't have the experience. And so the transition is not going to be as easy. Put it this way, if Tom Brady can struggle, okay, and he's a veteran, and he struggles with his new team that's loaded on offense, then how do you not expect the Dolphins to also struggle on their assignments? And if you remember what happened last year, they looked terrible. They were getting blown out. It was ugly. But then as the season wore on, guys learned their assignments. They knew what they had to do, and they got better. And so the coach is going to have the same confidence in week 1 that he has in week 17. He's going to be just as aggressive at times in week 1 as he is in week 17. And last year, he even burned himself at times for being aggressive. But that's going to be in his nature. The idea is that everybody else has to catch up. And so he coaches that way, and then it forces mistakes. But the mistakes are good because that's how you learn. And that's kind of what he did last year. And so I'm not surprised that in week 1, they don't look like the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that's been together for a while, a team that has a coach that's had a system in place for years now, a team that was going to playoffs, a team that, has experience, a team that just won a championship. So now they take the field and they look like that kind of team. And you go and re-sign all the key superstars of that team. That's why you look good. But you can't expect that from the Miami Dolphins. After all the turnover and their lack of experience, that's where the coach and the players, they don't want to necessarily dumb it down to the point where they become so vanilla that the opposing team knows what the hell you're doing, right? So he will stay aggressive. And in the process, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be mistakes along the way. You know what I mean? But the idea is, do the mistakes continue as the season goes on? Are they getting better? Are they showing you improvement? And all of those questions were answered last year. So let's give the coach the benefit of the doubt once again, because some of you didn't give him the benefit of the doubt in weeks 1 and 2, right? And you and I know who they are, right? It might be some of you right now that are looking at the show right now that you were losing your effing mind in weeks 1 and 2, and you wanted to fire everybody. And then by week 17, you look pretty stupid. And so here we go again, and it's a broken record. And it's a young team in the week 1 of year 2 of a rebuild, and they didn't look good. And yet they still had a shot to win the game. But yet people are complaining. People are walking on ledges. They're walking out to the bridges. You know? They're on suicide watches right now, and it's ridiculous. So let's give the boys some time to figure this stuff out. If the problems that was the problem with Wannstedt, and that's the problem with Sperano, and that was the problem with Joe Philbin, and that was the problem with Adam Gase, that the same stupidity went on as the season went on. The same mistakes. There was no improvement. That was the problem. We have not seen that with Brian Flores. Not in his first year that he showed us. So let's allow him to show us again with his staff and his front office. Let's allow them time to develop. Let's allow them time to grow. Okay? All right, go ahead, Bill.
How?
Hello, Brian. It was very unclear what was happening right after the game ended with Cam Newton and his dispute, if any, with some of your players. What was going on there?
It's an emotional game. I think tempers flared a little bit. I don't think it was really that big of a deal. He went his way, we went ours, and I didn't really see much going on there.
Travis?
Hey, Coach, wanted to get your evaluation now that you've seen the tape of the offensive line, particularly in pass protection. How did you feel the front five did in pass pro yesterday?
I thought the protection was solid. We had room to step up and time to throw it. So that was good. Obviously, we can always improve in that area as well. And we were going to need that. We're going to need similar protection this week against a really good front, good defense. So I thought those young guys got off to a solid start, but it's about consistency in this league. We really need more consistency across the board on this team, offensively, defensively, and in the kicking game. So, but I did think they got off to a good start.
Cam?
Hey, Flo, with Devontae and that hamstring, did you guys get, an idea of how bad he may have, retweaked it and how long he may be out?
Well, he's getting rehab and treatment today. I'm sure he'll get rehab and treatment tomorrow. We'll see what this looks like on Wednesday. Can't say right now. It's still too early.
And you won't get much on Wednesday, too. That was the head coach of your Miami Dolphins, Brian Flores. They'll try to keep it under wraps and throughout the week. The question will be, will he be on the field early on in those practices when the media goes out, to take roll call like they do for the first 15 minutes? So will the Dolphins have him out there and like a decoy, and then the media takes, note that, oh, no, Devontae's out there, but they don't really know how much he practiced because they're not going to be watching at all because you don't get to see, which, again, that's to Miami's advantage, right? You got to make Buffalo waste time in preparing for him when he possibly won't play. I almost feel like there's no way he plays, right? I mean, we're talking about a guy that's extremely injury prone. If he already had a hammy issue going into that game and re-aggravated it, that kind of tells me that you're going to hold him out this week. And with that hamstring stuff, that thing can last all year. So you don't want it to linger. The difference between Cam and Josh is that they don't design runs for Josh. He improvises, so we have to have a spy on him the entire game. Let's see, what else do we have here? They should have fought Cam on the field. They have no discipline. They should have fought him? So you want him to not show discipline by fighting Cam. But you say they have no discipline because they didn't fight Cam. So fighting Cam would have gotten you what? Okay. Well, I don't. Abu Amar, I guess, is not a. I guess this is his first venture in the chat board, because it's the first time I see his name on the chat board there. We'll go with maybe that's a troll line. How about that? I'll go with troll. Why not? I think that's what he's trying to do. Last night in football, Steelers beat the Giants 26-16. Big Ben throws 3 touchdowns, 229 yards. Juju Schuster-Smith caught 2 of those touchdowns. And the G-men start off 0-1. The Steelers are off and running at 1-0. They covered the spread, by the way. They were favored by 6. They won by 10. The over and under was 45. They scored 42 in the game, so it went under. Tennessee defeated the Denver Broncos in a boring game, by the way, 16-14. I stayed up to watch it just to, because I haven't seen a lot of football, and, man, it was fun to just vegetate Sunday and then vegetate last night and watch the games. I wish we would have had better games. I almost felt like the Steelers-Giants game wasn't going to be anything, really entertaining. And then the Denver-Tennessee game was not entertaining. Watching a young quarterback trying to find his way and then watching, Tannehill do his limited stuff. Whatever, bro. So Tennessee was favored by 3. They won by 2. So if you took Denver in the 3, you ended up winning. The over and under was 41. They were under that. Tanny did throw for 2 touchdowns and 249 yards. Derrick Henry ended up rushing for 116 yards. The question in that game was Vic Fangio. How come he didn't use his timeouts at the end of that game to stop the clock so that way he can give, just in case there is a score, he gives his team an opportunity at, tying the game, winning the game, whatever. Well, it would have been winning the game because they only won by 2. So a field goal would have ended up winning it for you. It was bad coaching, bad clock management. Like, why are you keeping those timeouts? Are they like souvenirs? Do you get to take them home? When Vic Fangio gets home, right? He's like Mr. Rogers. He sits down, he takes off his shoes, right? Then he reaches into his pockets, takes out his wallet, takes out his keys, and then he also takes out those 2 timeouts. They're in his pocket. Does he have the 2 timeouts right there on the table? Is that what he's doing? Is like, look, Ma, I took timeouts home with me. I'm sitting there going, we were all doing it, right? I gotta figure that most of us, I don't care about either team, okay? In my book, Tennessee and Denver can lose every game of the season. I don't care. But I'll tell you this, if I'm a Broncos fan, if this was a Broncos show, oh, man, what I would be unloading on Vic Fangio right now. Oh, yeah. How do you not stop the clock there, dude? How do you not save time just so you can have a shot? Or are you so cocky that you thought their kicker was done? Like he caved in, it was over? I mean, that guy's, I know Steve Levy said in the broadcast like 8 times that he's a Hall of Fame kicker, but he is a caliber Hall of Fame type guy. So I get he missed 3 field goals and an extra point, but you sure that he's going to miss? You sure that his confidence is completely shot? Because it wasn't. That was weird, man. I don't know about you guys, but I was like, wow, this is strange right here. I don't get this one. And he basically failed his team as a head coach. I could not go with, the way he called that game, the way as a coach, he did not give his team a great opportunity to win on that last night. It's bad, man. Let's see. Big O, did you watch Tannehill get batted? Yeah, I did. I watched him get sacked. Steve Levy, Tannehill never saw it. Did not have any pocket presence. I tweeted out that video, by the way, of him getting sacked and no pocket presence. And then he had a couple balls batted. He did everything in his power to throw multiple interceptions, especially on one drive. I mean, he went out of his way to make sure he coughed up the ball and yet couldn't get it done. It's crazy stuff. All right, we're going to get ready for a little Josh Tolentino. I do want to tell you about Moody's Dental, 305-821-0231. That's the number. Save it on that cell phone. whether you need a dentist for your family, your kids, you want to clean your teeth, fill a cavity, root canal, a crown, implants, Invisaligns. They are the implants and Invisalign experts. And I tell you all the time that when you go get a cavity filled, or let's say better yet, you go have a crown, right? Or an implant. They actually make the tooth right there and then. They will take the digital imprint and they have a machine right there and then. So you're not going to leave with a temporary crown. You're not going to leave with a temporary implant. No. You will leave with the real thing that same day. Why? Because Mudias Dental understands you got to work. They don't know. A lot of people can't afford to take another day off of work or a half a day of work to go to the dentist office. So call Mudias Dental, 305-821-0231. I tell you all the time, family-owned, spotless. They are amazing, great people. Call Eric. Tell him that Big O sent you. 305-821-0231. Go to the website, moodyasdental.com.
America's premium sport compact sedan is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. 2020 ILX, $199 a month, $199 at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Are you tired of watching the same old travel videos on the internet? Well, then check out MikeNoGoZones.com, a travel documentary that's breaking barriers. I go to the places that the media tells you to fear, where no one else dares to go. Baltimore, Opelika, South Side of Chicago, and more. Go to MikeNoGoZones.com.
Hey, it's Big O. For all of your family dental needs, please reach out to Mudias Dental. I've known Eric for a while, a big fan of our show. Call him at 305-821-0231. Whether it's you or your kids that need some dental help, whether it's implants, Invisaligns, they are the experts. Or if you're just looking to fill a cavity or clean your teeth or maybe even get a crown, you are going to love the professionalism, the family-like atmosphere, and of course, when you talk about being clean, that's what it's all about in today's society. You are going to go to an extremely clean place. Go to MudiasDental.com. Go to the website. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Mudias Dental. Tell them that Big O sent you. 305-821-0231 or go to MudiasDental.com. Hey, it's Big O. For all of your CBD, THC, or hookah needs, you got to get on down to VSS West Pines at 12397 Pembroke Road. Yes, they have got legal THC. You've got to check it out. And they've got, of course, when it comes to CBD, flower, tinctures, edibles, for all kinds of reasons, whether it's pain, stress, anxiety, you name it. And don't forget, when you mention my name, you'll get 20% off. Tell the boys out there that I told you to get on down to VSS West Pines, 12397 Pembroke Road, and call them 954-613-3367. Legal THC, CBD, all of your hookah needs. You go to VSS West Pines. All righty, welcome back. We promised you it's Tolentino Tuesday, baby. Yeah. Josh Tolentino, who does an excellent job of covering the Miami Dolphins for The Athletic. And he is ready to join us. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at JCT Sports and catch his work there at The Athletic. And right now you can you still subscribe, Josh, for $1 a month still? Is that deal still going on?
Yeah, only $1 a month, man. But what an introduction, oh.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. You deserve it. Appreciate you taking some time on a Tuesday. I know the boys are enjoying the day off, so you are grinding with us, and we appreciate that. So after you have had a couple of days to sit back and think about this game, What are your thoughts on the Dolphins' performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think there weren't many surprising things. I mean, in terms of personnel, I guess, seeing Myles Gaskin out there in front of Jordan Howard and Matt Breida, was a little head scratching. But in terms of, I think this is much of what we expected, that, a lot of people weren't sure what Cam Newton was going to bring to the table, but hey, he's a former MVP and he knows how to run the ball. So if he's healthy, then those are probably things that he's going to do, and that's exactly what the Patriots did. They really let him dictate the ground game, and they ran all over the Dolphins. That's one of the biggest things in practice this week that Brian Flores says the team has to work on, is defending the run. So, but I think one telling thing is that if you're a Dolphins fan, you got to remember this year is a rebuild. But not just that, throughout the game, I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick threw 3 interceptions, and this team was still in the game very late in the fourth quarter. That it was still within striking distance to win. So, the Dolphins were in the game essentially the entire, all 4 quarters. But they hit week 2 this week against the Buffalo Bills coming here to Miami.
102-10 is what I tell Dolphin fans the first 2 weeks of the season last year, and they lost to the Patriots 43-0 in the second week. And you just said some of the things I said yesterday, that they played like crap, and yet they still had a chance at the end, cutting it to 3. So it tells you that they're not that bad off. They actually played a terrible game and still had a shot at winning. That shows you that they're not that far away. It's just a bunch of mistakes. And I thought there's been a lot of overreaction on Ryan Fitzpatrick, because I thought, Josh, to me, 2 of the 3 interceptions aren't his fault. One, the kid falls in the first one, and the third one, they're holding Gesicki in the end zone, which doesn't even give him an opportunity to make a play on the ball. To me, I don't blame, actually, Ryan for 2 of the 3 interceptions. How do you view it?
Yeah, I wrote about that just this morning, and I really rewatched the film and looked at those 3 plays. That second interception was definitely his fault, but the other 2, you got to give him. I mean, you got to give him some room. It's the Preston Williams one that you're mentioning. Stephon Gilmore picked him off very easily because Preston fell down almost simultaneously as Ryan Fitzpatrick was letting go of the ball. So if you think about the timing of it, Preston Williams really had no chance to not just catch it, but when receivers know that it was a bad placed ball, or that there's a chance of a ball being intercepted, they kind of turn into a defensive back in that mindset. And he wasn't able to do either of those things, being on the ground because he slipped. But I think the third one is the very controversial one that had Dolphins Twitter going, was that Mike Gesicki, I mean, he was clearly held, and those officials, they had those flags sewn into their pockets because there was no DPI on the play. And I think we were going to foresee that, though, is that it wasn't just the Patriots, the Dolphins, and, all 30 other teams in the NFL that were going to have early bumps to the road here week 1, but also the officiating. So, but you know what? I mean, they still count as 3 interceptions, and fans' calls for Tua are only going to get louder. But Flo hushed that right away when we talked to him yesterday that Ryan Fitzpatrick is still the starting quarterback.
Let me ask you, and talking to Josh Tolentino right now from The Athletic, covering the Miami Dolphins on a daily basis, the layers to the Myles Gaskins thing, because it's interesting, right? Look, Matt Breida's a solid running back. There's no doubt about it. But let's not make him out to be Zeke Elliott or, some incredible difference maker like that. But it's funny because Myles Gaskins is running at 4.4 yards a clip. The kid played really well. That pass catching run that he had to the outside where he kept his balance and got hit, that was a phenomenal run on his part. And so all these layers to it where if you're the coach, you apparently played the best player, right? Because Gaskins apparently may have had the best camp so far. So as a coach, you're supposed to play the player that's playing the best. But then you've got the free agent guy or the trade that you made for him. And so we all assume that Breida would be the starter along with Howard. So there's so many layers to all of this because the coach is sending the right message to the locker room. Hey, the best player is going to play. And Myles Gaskins so far has been the best player. We gave him the opportunity. But yet it becomes a controversy because Breida's the guy you traded for. So how do we look at it? Because we can't assume that Breida was going to do better than 4.4 yards per carry.
Yeah, and it's not just that. I think that, considering Gaskins' performance, playing in 39 of 62 possible snaps, leading the team with 9 carries, 40 yards. The Dolphins' best of the best did not match.
Oh, we lost you there, Josh. Oh, we lost Josh. We'll call him back now and get him back on there. Josh Tolentino, by the way. And you guys can sign on. You can call him back. Call him back. It dropped. So you guys can sign up for The Athletic. It's only $1 a month if you want to enjoy it. They do a great job, great coverage, man. So we'll get Tolentino back on again. And if you want to follow Josh, he just wrote an article now where he went over the tape of the Week 1 loss. Go to JCT Sports on Twitter at JCT Sports and follow him there. And we'll bring Josh back on here. Josh, we lost you there on that last question. Wait a minute. We have him now. All right, Josh, we lost you on that last question there. Go ahead, my man.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but with you think Myles Gaskin playing ahead of Matt Breida and playing ahead of Jordan Howard, that like what you said, that's a clear message that if you had a strong camp or if you have a strong week of practice, that hey, you're going to get the opportunity on Sunday. Myles Gaskin honestly sounded a little bit surprised, and when we were talking to him after the game, that he got that much run, that he was expecting to be in some packages, but not that many. But again, I think Chan Gailey, and it's not just with Matt Breida, it's with other people, other players on the offense. They've got to be more creative, especially if Devontae Parker is going to be injured. We're not sure his status with that hamstring. They're going to have to be way more creative because at times it looked like the offense was predictable, and they have to incorporate more tidbits on how to use, especially Matt Breida. He's one of the fastest guys in the NFL. They've got to find a way to implement him more effectively.
Josh, and on the flip side, Noah was kind of the same story. Rookie first rounder, gets a lot of play. Nick Needham, who, Josh, last year at the beginning of the season, I said, Nick, we don't need to see him anymore. That was kind of my joking line with him because he was terrible early on, preseason, early season. But then as the regular season continued, the kid just got better and better and better. And to his credit, he grew on all of us. And we all assumed that he was going to be, one of the top corners on the team. And then there was the trading deadline stuff, and people were talking about maybe trading him, that people were inquiring about him before the season started. And so now we see game 1 rolls around, and then Noah, who, again, had a good camp, plays ahead of Nick Needham, and Needham gets no shine whatsoever. What do we read into that?
Yeah, with Noah Igbinoghene, that one was way less surprising just because really from day one, we weren't allowed to reveal personnel in terms of, where rookies were starting and, if they were with first team, who they were practicing with. But from day one, now that we see it on the field, Noah was just one of the starting cornerbacks in practice. And obviously some of that is due to Xavier Howard missing the entire camp, being on the PUP and COVID list. So, he got extended reps because, there was opportunity in front of him. But he really shined throughout camp, and Not just that, I think Nick Needham also had a poor camp at the same time. There were many times where he got burned in practice and gave up a few interceptions his way. So, in seeing Noah Igbinoghene step in front of Nick Needham on the depth chart, that wasn't extremely surprising. But I think the takeaway from it is that, hey, Nick Needham, you think about the season that he had last year, ups, downs. But you know what? Somehow he ended up leading all defensive cornerbacks with 742 snaps in 2019, and that was only in 12 games. So the message here is that, hey, the number one cornerback in terms of reps and snaps last year didn't get a single defensive snap on Sunday in New England. So I think that the message is clear that you got to be the best player in practice if you want your shot on Sunday, Thursday, whatever day that they're playing that week.
When you looked over the tape, how bad were the missed assignments for you on defense against the run specifically?
Yeah, I think really Cam Newton changed everything in that dynamic. Is that I think it was the second or third play from scrimmage, or at least when New England had their first drive, the Dolphins started with the ball. But the following possession, New England has the drive. They're running the ball at will. That second or third play, Cam Newton, you can clearly tell it's an RPO, and Kyle Van Noy, just for the slightest second, heads towards the running back, and it's less than half a second that Cam Newton is reacting, keeps the ball, runs up the middle for a 10, 12-yard gain. And I think right there you saw in that play that it was going to be a long day for them, that if the Patriots running backs were going to be able to run the ball effectively, Cam Newton was going to have his way. And it's crazy to think, obviously, that he had a franchise-leading, set a new franchise record in rushes. So I think that dynamic doesn't even change this week. They've got Josh Allen, another mobile quarterback. Doesn't have that history that Cam Newton does, obviously, with being a former MVP, but Josh Allen's still a very big body and he can run the ball. He's that dual threat type. So they're going to have to learn right here on the fly of how to adjust. And, not just that, the Bills are known to run the ball a lot. So it's like a week 2 test right away. So the Dolphins, let's see what Josh Allen can do to them.
Yeah. And, it's funny because Josh, the key is make these kind of guys passers. And if you can make them passers, I think you beat them most of the time. The guys that have to depend on their athleticism, and that's Cam and Josh Allen, guys like that, they have to actually have their legs involved in the game. And so when you look at missed assignments, were there a couple of guys that stood out to you that were really struggling with the scheme?
You know what? You look at Jerome Baker, and obviously he had a phenomenal day. A career high 16 tackles. That's very good for just a third-year player. But when you look at the mistakes that he made, a lot of those tackles are because that he was late to the action on the play. I mean, there were a couple times where he got burned in coverage, but not just that. I think you think to the New England's last scoring drive. It's only a 3-point game, and considering that if the Dolphins defense is able to make a stop here, to limit them to 3 points, to limit them to no points at all, then Ryan Fitzpatrick gets the ball back with a chance to not only drive the field but win. With it only being a 3-point deficit. And on that final drive, New England had Jerome Baker had 2 huge penalties. One occurred in the red zone, so you can't, really be mad at that in terms of the distance. But he had a late hit. I mean, that's really unacceptable, and when especially that late in the game. So I think Jerome Baker is one that needs to clean it up. But if you look on the other side, I think the positive that if you're going to take away from it, if you're a Dolphins fan, is that the offensive line, one of the worst groups in the NFL last year in terms of what they allowed with sacks and, what they didn't get in rushing yards. They looked pretty good. I mean, the Dolphins got to run the ball better, but they only gave up 1 sack, and, they've got 2 rookies on that offensive line. So a good step to look at moving forward.
Yeah, and the whole thing about the Laramie Tunsil thing was obviously a sore point for a lot of Dolphin fans, because some fans like myself, I didn't mind the trade, because once they offer you that kind of a stupid trade, you have to take it. And if your front office is any good, you've got 3 monster picks. You better hit at least on 2 of those 3, and you'll be better off without Tunsil, because you would have hit on 2 really good players. Well, so far you got 1. You replaced him in Austin Jackson. And if you can find another one out of those other 2 picks, and I'm not saying Austin Jackson's successful after 1 game, but I'm just saying if Austin plays like this and, then you'll be all right. I have no problem with that. But Austin is one of those topics this year, Josh, that people are looking at. So on that line, it was important to see the left tackle play well.
Yeah, and when you think about what the Patriots bring defensively, they're still a very good defensive team, but they're obviously missing some key pieces with opt-outs and, losing guys in free agency in terms of, Landon Roberts and Kyle Van Noy to the to the Dolphins. But while they weren't the same defense, again, Austin Jackson, Solomon Kidney there on the right guard, they pretty much held their own. There were a couple times, maybe 1 or 2 times, where Solomon was blown up a little bit on the play, but for the most part, they held their blocks. And but when you have more experienced pass rushers, especially on those edges, they've got Jesse Davis there on that right tackle slide, on that right side playing tackle. I think they're going to get exposed a little bit more, because I don't think Jesse Davis is the clear answer on that side. He's the most experienced guy on the line, but you've got Jesse Davis there on the right tackle spot, and then Austin Jackson on the left side. I think we'll see more of the test once they face some bigger threats on the edges.
One of the things that I saw you write in your article was about Mark Hollins, and they kept a 6th receiver. And you kind of wonder why they kept that 6th receiver, you know what I mean? And and obviously the Josh Rosen move, you figure, okay, well, they let go of him to keep that 6th receiver. And I almost feel like Mark Hollins is just a seat warmer for Callaway. If Callaway can keep his head on straight for 7 weeks, they're going to bring that guy on, because that guy has the potential of being one hell of a playmaker, for this team. So what do you think about the Mark Hollins thing, and do you feel like he is a seat warmer for Callaway?
When you look at it, you've got to consider the rest of the guys on the practice squad. Also, Kirk Merritt is an undrafted free agent rookie type that they really liked with his speed. Just got injured at the end of camp. I actually thought he was going to make the roster. But with Matt Collins, specifically with him, if that is the case, that he's going to be a placeholder until Callaway is healthy and ready and off the suspension list, well, then yesterday was a good sign of exactly what he needs to do, because his reps are going to be limited. I think he only had 3 offensive snaps, but he had 11 special team snaps. And on the Dolphins, when that Dolphins punted, it was either their first or second punt. I'm pretty sure it was the first punt of the game. Matt Collins is the right gunner, and he basically shoved a Patriots player into the returner who had already called a fair catch, and that's completely legal. You can't hit the returner when they call a fair catch if you're the kicking team, but you can definitely throw the person that you're jawing with into his teammates. So it was a very smart, showing his awareness type play, and if he continues to do that, I think he can find a way to stick around.
All right, so Josh, when you look at the way the offensive line played, I'm not one of those people. I don't want to see the kid till later on in the year, November, December. I want the line to be playing well at that time, and obviously I think they have to be mathematically ineligible, because if they're winning and they're still in playoff position, I think Flo will keep Fitz there because he's more about winning than anything else. But what do you feel about all the Tua rumblings already from people?
Yeah, I think that's got to chill a little bit. I know all the attention is going to be on Tua, and only every mistake by Fitz is only going to make those those calls and those shouts louder for the 5th overall pick, Tua Tagovailoa. But I think Flo he sent a clear message that Pitts is a starting quarterback. Nothing's going to change for now. And really, going into the season, I said it'd be a surprise to see him before the midpoint of the year. So I'm really expecting that if they do unleash Tua at some point this year, that it's going to be later in the season, week 14, week 15, some point in there. They've got 2 road games to end the season. So I think if Tua does make his debut this year, it'll be later in the season. And I really do think that he will. It's just a matter of time. But early on, I think Flo wants, there's a reason he brought in Chan Gailey. It was because, he obviously has this history with Fitz, and, it wasn't pretty yesterday, so they've got to clean it up from a offensive play calling standpoint. But there's a reason Chan Gailey's here, and it's to have Fitz be competitive, in these final stages of his career, and also groom Tua. So
Right.
Not quite Tua time yet.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad you followed it up with grooming Tua, because I think Chan will be really good for Tua. I'm a Chan fan, man. I was the beat guy when Chan was here, and I thought he did a really good job considering the talent he had around him. I actually think he's kind of an underrated coach. I think he's a really good offensive coordinator overall. He just hasn't been blessed to be in a position where, all right, here's Kurt Warner and Torrey Holt and Azakim and Isaac Bruce and Marshall Faulk and knock yourself out and go have fun. He hasn't really been able to coach one of the great offenses out there, so he can really show his wares. But I think everywhere he's been, I think people have always played better because of him. And I don't know where you're at, where you stand with him, because some people thought because he was too old or retired or whatever, that he wasn't a good selection. I really like the selection as a transition and as a way of establishing a culture here. I think this is one of those kind of guys that you do that kind of stuff. Your thoughts on Chan?
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Owen. It's not just that. I don't think Chan Gailey is gonna be here in an extremely long time in terms of. Yeah, I've got to maybe cap it at 3 years.
Exactly.
But when you think of that, you think of the situation. They're in a rebuild. The AFC East is still open. I mean, they can still be competitive. And considering what they did this offseason in terms of free agents and draft picks, I mean, that was a pretty big draft class, and they spent $200 million on free agents. It's like, hey, we're here to not just rebuild, but we can be one of the most improved teams in the NFL. Let's get Chan Gailey. He has a lot of familiarity with Fitz. Fitz trusts him. And also, you look at Fitz's situation. He's got 2 years on his contract. He knows he's a placeholder for Tua. Let's use this year as, hey, let's go get this thing and see what Chan can do, while also, again, like what we mentioned, groom Tua. Because, while this might not be Tua's offensive coordinator for life, I think Chan has a lot of good steps in place to make Tua understand the ins and outs of the National Football League. So, are we saying that in week 17 when the Dolphins have a losing record? We're not sure, but I think we need to see more play calling, and I think that starts week 2 here against Buffalo.
Jakeem Grant, what happens with him? Because they've got to use him on special teams. One of the issues I had last year, Josh, with all of this was I'm a big Jakeem Grant fan, but I thought they used him too much, and because he's not a big guy, I thought he wore down a little bit. And I know he built up his body a little bit in the offseason, but I still love to see him, obviously, as a returner. But I don't want them to wear him out so much at wide receiver. But with the Parker injury, I'm kind of concerned that they may use him a little bit more. And again, I just don't think that that's the right thing to do. I think I would only sprinkle him in on offense occasionally and be my main weapon on special teams. What do you think is the plan with the kid?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Owen. I'm really intrigued at the returner spot. While Jakeem and Preston did it all last year. Preston obviously injured his his knee toward that ACL on a punt return last year. Two guys that were inactive on Sunday were some rookies with Malcolm Perry and Lynn Bowden. And both of them, they've got some experience as returner. Malcolm Perry he actually practiced there exclusively throughout camp. And Lynn Bowden, man, if you look back at his highlight tape from Kentucky, man, he's got some pretty electric. He brings the juice, when it comes to the return game. He has, several long returns while he was at Kentucky, at least 2 punt returns, several more kickoff returns for touchdowns. And I think that if they can incorporate him somehow, I know he's got to learn the playbook and be effective in other ways, but if they can find either one of those to be an effective returner, and that just opens up Jakeem Grant's potential so much more, because they're saving him what we talked about exclusively for offense, or either exclusively for special teams, whichever way you have it. So I think there's conversations to be had about that return spot, because in Jakeem Grant's only return on Sunday, it wasn't pretty, but again, he needs more reps, and I think there are other intriguing options on the roster for that spot.
All right, Josh, you wrap it up with 2 quick predictions. Dolphins, Bills, who wins?
Yeah, I think they actually come back and get a dub at home. I think they're going to look at the film hard, and I think with the Bills, it's way more predictable in terms of what they're going to do. New England, there were just so many questions about, hey, they don't have a lot of receivers. Julian Edelman's only the only proven guy. Is Cam going to run the ball? The way they had the read film leading up to last week's game, man, if I was a player, I would have hated my homework. They had to watch Tom Brady and Cam Newton, and also kind of incorporate what's going to happen on Sunday. Well, it was more of Cam Newton's old days in Carolina, and less of the Tom Brady-led offense, despite the system, Sunday afternoon in New England. So when you look at the Bills, it's pretty clear what they're going to do. They're going to run the ball up their throat, and they're going to say, hey, we're going to keep running until you can stop us. So I think that the Dolphins just have to be prepared to stop the run. And not just that, we didn't get to see a lot of Xavier Howard, Byron Jones on Sunday. The Dolphins were pretty cautious with Xavier's workload, but he's going to continue to build that up, and we've got to see them face some real competition. So, they've got some weapons on the outside, but I think that's the main thing, is that let's see if the Dolphins can stop the run, and I think they'll show up on Sunday.
All right, so we'll put you in the most uncomfortable position now. The Heat, baby, tonight against the Celtics. Who wins, and who wins the series? Come on, Josh.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going with the Heat. I think that not just tonight, but I'm really riding them. I like how Spo, obviously a fellow Filipino, is bringing them up right now. I mean, he's getting the best out of them. The Bam Adebayo pick, I mean, I was, his first few stints in the league, you really were kind of questioning what was going on in his head, and, wondering if he was going to develop into, this kind of superstar player, not superstar, but big time role player. And man, he's really playing the best basketball of his life right now. It's like he gets every rebound, and there'll be 4 jerseys surrounding him, and he somehow gets the ball. And, another guy that I'm really high on is Tyler Hero. So, that kid's really special, and I think he's going to be one of the special players in this league. So, hopefully that gets me some clout in the Miami area. I'm going with the Heat.
There you go. You got to roll. You got to roll with the Heat, baby. And you got to roll with Josh Tolentino. Make sure you catch his work over at The Athletic. Subscribe now. Take advantage. $1 a month and $12 for an entire year. Great coverage locally, nationally. Follow him on Twitter, JCT Sports on Twitter. It's a Tolentino Tuesday, baby. Josh, thank you, my brother. Enjoy your day off.
Hey, Big O, I appreciate you. At some point this season, it'll be Tolentino Tua Tuesday, talking after his debut. So
that's right.
Looking forward to the rest of the season, O.
Damn right. Me too, brother. You be good out there, man. Thank you.
All right, take care.
You got it. There you go. Josh Tolentino. It's a Tolentino Tuesday. Love it. There you go. So we get Tolentino on Tuesdays. It's a beautiful thing. We are also going to talk to Zach Harper also from The Athletic and covering the NBA. He'll join us at 1:30. So at 1:30, we will also get that going, and we'll talk to Zach Harper, and we'll have some fun, and we'll get his thoughts on the Miami Heat taking on the Celtics. So we did a little Dolphins talk. Drone Spy says, yeah, if we don't use it's Bowden, not Bolden. That was a waste of a draft pick. First of all, the kid's been here for like 2 weeks. So it's only been 1 week. Relax. Give the kid some time to kind of figure everything out. They were playing him at running back. Now they're switching him positions, all that stuff. Just, take it easy, all right? Let's give the kid some time to settle down. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and already call it a wasted draft pick if we don't use him a week or two in. You got to give the kid some time. And I guess we blocked a troll out there. I guess people don't understand how things work here on the show. Like, these idiots come on, they come out of nowhere, right? They're never part of the show, but they chime in, they get into the chat board. I don't care what you guys go back and forth on the chat board. But if you start to post something every couple of seconds and you're just starting crap up and you're just stirring shit up with people in there, you know what I'm saying? And just causing havoc, you will get blocked. Okay? All right? The chat board is for you guys to talk, have some fun, do it as respectful as possible, ask questions, answer questions, make some jokes, make fun of me, whatever. That's fine. Let's have fun with it. You know what I mean? But if you're going to come in with your, abusive agenda, whatever the agenda may be, we're going to block it. Doesn't matter what it is, bro. You know what I mean? So it just, some people, you slow your roll, man.
For some, squashing those people like a bug is fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I get that. I get that.
They love when you rip somebody a new one, man.
No, but this guy Joe was just coming in and just it's relax, dude. We're here to have some fun, and we do this every single day, and we're not here to, cause all kinds of craziness. Just take it easy, bro. It's sports, sports, music. We don't get too crazy here. Relax. Let's see. Dolphin Jeff from Long Island here. I saw your post last night, and I would rather have Tannehill over Fitztragic. If you put the money to the side, also, I love the Bills -3. I actually like the Dolphins. So we might differ on that one. And I don't want Tannehill because Tannehill, I'll take Fitz because Fitz has balls. Tannehill's BBs have never dropped. He's still the same, conservative type guy. He doesn't really ever let it loose. You know what I'm saying?
What astounding, incredible knowledge is Tannehill going to drop to our future?
Nobody. Like I said, Jeff, like I said last year, and you were probably watching last year because you're a hardcore listener. You're awesome. Take the Fitzmagic test. Does Tannehill win 5 games last year with the talent that we had last year? No. He looks the way he looks because that running, and look at yesterday. Yesterday he wasn't good. He made all kinds of mistakes yesterday in a tight game. So it's not my cup of tea. I'm sorry. Great kid, but I just will never buy that kid as a real quarterback. Never. So there you go. All right. 786-322-1105. Let's see. Big O, nothing against my Miami Dolphins, just venting for the past 2 decades of pure trash on the field. Sorry for being a troll on your show, but fans are going off on me, and I don't blame them. Please don't block me again. I'll behave like an adult that I am. Okay. But I don't get it. Why get abusive? I don't understand that. I don't understand the people that want to, make a post every 5 seconds. You get your point. I get it. You don't like the Dolphins, fine. If you want Chris Greer, fired, fine. If you don't like Spo, fine. If you think Riley sucks, fine. You said it. Move on. You don't need to say Riley sucks 20 times. Then I'll block you. You don't need to ask me the same question 20 times because then I'll block you. You don't need to come in with your political agenda and then just spew it all over people and keep doing it because then we'll block you. You don't see anybody else doing it. And that's because everybody gets it. Just, hey, man, let's have a conversation. Let's have fun. Let's bust each other's, balls every once in a while and laugh and move on. That's it.
Did somebody say Riley sucks?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, because I was going to say, that person needs,
No,
you're an idiot. You need to never talk about basketball ever, ever, ever again.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to say sucks.
Right,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
You
say
can
it
say
once.
it.
Say it once.
Say
yes.
it. Fine,
But
whatever.
don't beat it to death.
Right. But that's what they do. Those are the people that always get blocked. All those, the few, because I don't know how many have we blocked? Maybe 10 people, 12 people? I don't think it's a lot, but the few that have gotten blocked are the ones that are just like, bro, it's the same comment over and over.
Hold on.
Over, and you just get to a point like, we're done.
It's way more than 10.
Is
You're
it?
not counting all the ohos that you blocked, bro.
Oh, the hoes.
The
yeah.
ohos.
Yeah, the hoes were.
That was like 1,000.
Yeah, that went on a couple of times for a couple of weeks, and then they stopped, and they stopped showing up. So
because of the ohos, you're in the 1,000, brother.
Yeah. So what can I tell you? One guy says free R synth 305. He is all knowing. Is the big O afraid of R synth? No. R synth 3. Okay, now I know who you're talking about. I don't know if that because they're sending it on the text line now. I don't know if you are R synth or whatever, or you're his friend or whatever. You got blocked for being an idiot. You're not going to get unblocked. I'm not unblocking you. So you're done. You can forget about it. Okay? Yeah, so, it's all right. You did what you did, and it's over. And that's it. Ian from Brooklyn with the first super chat of the day. And he puts no morons allowed. Exactly. That's it. Pretty simple. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. That's the second super chat. Kenneth Cleveland, I forgot. You got one in there. We went with the interview and stuff, and I ended up losing sight of your super chat. Thank you, sir. There we go.
Come on, man. Give them the full show, bro. There's a light show with that sound.
That's right.
man.
That's right. And good morning, Big O. Hallie and Selma want to know if you will do a remote from the VIP room. Hails to the yeah. They got to be sitting on my lap, too. Damn straight.
Whenever we show up over there, you don't have to pay me for that day, actually.
Not when they're there. Not when they're there. That's for sure. That's awesome. Anyway, so if you want to get in, it's really simple, folks. You can chime in on the text line 786-322-1105. If you want to get in, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That, of course, is Big O Show. You can also reach out to us on the YouTube chat board, on the super chat. Many ways to reach out to us here on the program. Always appreciate all of you out there, as always, for supporting the show every single day. NorCal says, only post your question and or comment one time only for a better breakdown of the rule. You can buy the Big O Show Rules and Regulations book for $4.20. Nice job. Way to go, NorCal. That's the way you do it. Donald says, please let us enjoy ourselves. The Big O Show is for mature sports and music fans. Exactly. Lewis Bryant says, people have placed unrealistic expectations on this team. These dumbasses are used to the quick fix method, which he has us mired in mediocrity for the last 20 years. Amen, Lewis. But you got to be a little, the problem is that people mix the last 20 years with what's going on now. And that's just wrong on every level, So that's the problem. And because we have been so terrible for 20 years that Chris Grier, anybody that takes over must turn it around right away. And that's the problem. And the smartest thing that Chris Grier did, believe it or not, the smartest thing he did was clean freaking house. Smartest thing he did. By the way, anybody see Minka get burned for the touchdown yesterday? Huh? Just saying.
You're not going to use his proper surname?
Minkovich.
Thank you.
Minkovich got burned yesterday for that touchdown. Yeah, got caught looking in the backfield. Oh, I got to be over. Hey, you're gone.
He now wants to play linebacker.
Yeah.
He's tired of all the responsibility of it. It puts a bad light on him.
Yeah,
getting smoked.
Big O, my daughter is 23 years old and not a sports fan, but she loves you because you don't put up with nonsense. Tell her thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. Is it nonsense or is it just common sense? That's kind of the way I look at it, right? It's just common sense.
You're a bunch of nonsense with a whole lot of common sense.
Well, we try. Yeah, that's pretty accurate right there. That's pretty accurate. So tell her thank you very much. We appreciate her support. Hope she's subscribed to the YouTube channel, by the way. On her YouTube account. And she's 23. She's got to have a YouTube account. Right? You got to figure.
That's a safe assumption.
Yeah. Oh, do the Dolphins have some blind-ass fans? We are the youngest team in the league with an up-and-down old QB. The better we get in the trenches, the quicker we will win. Yep. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And that's why the way the Dolphins' offensive line played this past week was really encouraging. I mean, it was kind of a shocker. Let's be honest. We probably expected them to struggle more than the defense struggled in a way. Because a lot of the pieces you added on defense were experienced pieces. They weren't necessarily rookies, So you expected them maybe to make a quicker transition. And again, I'll say what I said yesterday too. I got to give the defense a break because your first week, you're taking on a freaking Cam Newton and you haven't tackled, and that's what you've got to start with. So it becomes a bit of an adjustment. But I think, I got to tell you something. It might have been a blessing in disguise too, because going through the hell you went through this past week will prepare you for Josh Allen, because you're facing the same kind of dude. Not necessarily a guy that's going to beat you with his arm, but if you let him get his legs going, then yeah, he'll beat you with his arm also. Because he gets the confidence going, he gets it going, and he's an athlete, and then he'll make a couple of throws, and you're in danger. So it's actually a nice wake-up call for the Dolphins to go through this whole Cam mess and now say, okay, fellas, we're playing another guy just like Cam. Big, strong, athletic, and can run. Here's where we failed this week. We can't fail this week doing this again. And so, in a way, Cam became a nice practice week for Miami to get ready for Buffalo. And again, I'll tell you what I told you last year. They lost 43-0 in the first game to the Patriots. Well, the second game against the Patriots, the story was completely different. So give this coach the benefit of the doubt that he and his team are going to adjust to all of this, and they will get better as the season goes on. And when they meet these teams again, the second go-around, he's going to be better prepared for those teams. Okay? It's going to be a lot, it's going to be hard this to start off like gangbusters. Let's be realistic. Oh, I'm a Jakeem Grant fan too. I thought they would use him like a poor man's Darren Sproles type player. Your thoughts? I don't think you can use him at running back like they use Sproles. I don't think that would be smart because Sproles is thick. If you look at Sproles, yeah, he's a small guy, but he's a thick guy. I don't think you want to use Jakeem that way. I think they're two different types of players. I understand philosophically what you're talking about, but athletically, there's a little difference to their games, whereas I feel better with Sproles coming out of the backfield with the ball as a running back at times. Not a lot, but spot duty, whereas with Jakeem, I don't want that unless it's an end-around, reverse, something that puts him out in the open field. Then I can, deal with that. So I understand kind of what you're talking about because I understand what direction you're going in, but I think they're two different players to a certain extent. You know what I mean? But yes, in a way of using him like a poor man's Sproles, but to Jakeem's strengths, which would be more in the passing game. Yes, I would agree with that. Okay? Let's see. Josh Allen is not as a powerful a runner as Cam. Josh should be much easier to tackle. Bring on the heat and humidity for a win. Let's hope so. You're right about that. Josh he doesn't run with the kind of conviction. Cam wants to deliver punishment, whereas Josh is running to gain yards and, kind of just advance the ball. But Cam thinks that he can run you over. So you're right.
That was a pretty good scrum at the 3-yard line that he took down to the one.
Yeah. Cam, he
brings it, man.
No. Radically is right on that one. He's right. They both run. They're both big. They're both athletic. But one of them runs with a different kind of conviction. You're right.
He's not as big as Dante Culpepper, but he'll unload every bit as much a hit.
Yeah.
Dante went, 280?
Yeah, they're both as tall as Dante.
Right.
But they're they're more slender. They're more
I'm just saying,
muscular.
Dante, look, the way Cam runs,
Cam's a muscular,
and
Cam's
Dante
Adonis, bro.
brought 40 more pounds.
Yeah.
And Cam probably is a stronger runner than Dante was.
Yeah, definitely. Well, he's more athletic too. He's even more athletic. Yeah, Cam's a load, dude. He's a load. Do you feel that the muggings that our wide receiver crew took were more than a sign that the Pats got away with it, or that our wide receivers need to step up? Preston Williams needs to step up. The rest of our guys got mugged. Are we good on that? That's how it goes. I'm with you on a few of the other ones. They got mugged. It had nothing to do with our receivers. But Preston Williams cannot fall on that first interception. No. You got to stay on your feet. You got to battle the corner. You got to win. You're a big, strong kid. You should have hit the weight room here in your second year. You need to be better prepared for that matchup right there. I blame Preston Williams 1,000% on that first interception by Fitz. Okay? The worst case scenario is that he deflects the ball to the ground. Worst case, either Preston comes up with the ball or it ends in an incomplete. Your ass on the ground and the corner with the ball, unacceptable. So that's how I look at it. Gesicki has nothing to do with him being stronger or anything like that or tougher. No, dude, that was a foul. The Williams kid earlier in the game for them also committed a foul, and they didn't call it. So yeah, no, I'm with you on some, but not on the others. Okay?
It looked like the defensive back from New England thought Gesicki needed a hug.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever it was, yeah. Yeah. Miami kid Jay chimes in on a little Super Chat. Thank you, Miami Kid J. Appreciate you chiming in on the Super Chat, my man. Very nice of you. Let's see. Josh does most of his damage escaping the pocket. The Finns need to keep him contained in the pocket. Hell yeah, you do that, you'll force him into turnovers. Lisa says, is the plan still to have 13,000 fans in the stands for Sunday's game? Bills fans and coaching staff are pissed. Well, I think, hey, we're in Florida, man. Our governor, if he has a chance, he'll fill our stadium up at 100%. And the mayor will do it, too, for the county. So, yeah, we have the 20% in, Lisa. Definitely. And if they're pissed off about that, I don't know, dude. Blame COVID. What are we going to do?
They're probably just upset that, you know how there's always a good faction of Bills fans there.
Yeah.
That is probably all Dolphins. That's what they're upset about.
Well, what was it yesterday? They just had like friends and family members of the team.
500. 500.
Yeah.
They called it a test run.
Right.
And they did say that the concession stands were open, though, to make $1.
Yeah, of course. Damn right. Damn right. It's Manny J. Snow says, it's sometimes a bit frustrating with the Dolphin fans who after week one are already calling for Tua. The level of stupidity in this fan base can be epic. Manny, that's every fan base. They're all stupid. Okay? Every fan base has those groups of morons. Doesn't matter who you are, the Yankees, you could be the Raiders, you can be the Cowboys, you can be the Cleveland Indians, you can be whatever it is, dude. Every fan base. I remember we had we had a guy that was in town that used to say, "Oh, well, New York fans are the smartest," and that's not true. Okay, every fan base has a group of smart fans. Every fan base has a group of crazy ass fans. And every fan base has a group of idiots. Okay, example, I remember watching a Yankee game last year or the year before where here's a Yankee player about to catch a foul ball in the infield, going to the stands in Yankee Stadium, and there's a Yankee fan getting in his way, fighting for the ball. I get it if he was in the Cleveland Indians Stadium and the Indians fan gets in his way, because that's what you're supposed to do if you're an Indians fan or a Red Sox fan or an Orioles fan. But if you're a smart Yankees fan wearing a Yankee jersey and you're down right there you must be a pretty hardcore fan because you paid a lot of money at Yankee Stadium to sit in those seats. So you can't be just a Johnny-come-lately. So you must know baseball, and yet you're going for it. Bartman, right, was a lifelong Cubs fan. Got in the way, right? Stupid fans are everywhere, bro. Everywhere. So don't blame it only on Miami fans. Stupid fans are everywhere. Okay? It's not a Miami thing. I catch stupidity in every fan base, period. And so this Tua thing would be happening in any city whatsoever. The second the guy that's starting struggles, they always want the rookie. That's just the way it is. So it's really not us only. The examples of stupid fans are everywhere. I mean, look at the Bills fans that are constantly lighting themselves on fire and diving on tables. Does that seem smart to you anywhere? So I don't see Miami fans doing that. You know what I mean? How about this, Manny J. Snow? When we win championships, do we light our city on fire? Maybe we're not that dumb. Because we don't act like Eagles fans. We don't act like Toronto Blue Jays fans. You remember that? Years back when they won? Turning over cars, lighting them on fire. Never, dude. We win baseball championships with the Canes. We go down to Gables. We celebrate. We win football. We go down to the city over there by downtown. What's that courtyard with the courthouse, whatever. We have our parade.
Yep,
boom, boom,
steps,
boom.
Steps to the courthouse.
That's it. We win our NBA championships. We do our Biscayne thing. We win our Marlins championships. We do it in Dade. We do it in Broward. We go on boats. We do everything. We don't light anybody on fire. Nothing. We don't tear up our businesses. We don't do any of that. Yet you see it in other cities. You never see it with us. Just saying. You want stupidity, right? I mean, you want to slam stupidity. I just want to tell you there's stupidity all over the place. And sometimes we're not nearly as stupid. Kenneth Cleveland chiming in with a super chat. Just saying.
We could be Florida, man, but not in all aspects.
Right.
Certain things we are,
yeah.
You know, we have a little common sense.
Yeah. We're not nearly as stupid as some people make us out to be.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We're not total Neanderthal.
I'm just saying. It's a cliche that's thrown out there very loosely, and it's wrong. It's wrong on every level because I see stupidity everywhere. Okay? And so in pregame for a Dolphins game, we have stripper poles and chicks dancing outside for pregame. The Bills fans light themselves on fire and throw themselves on tables. You take your pick.
Oh, what's the mustard ketchup thing that they do?
Who, the Bills?
The Bills, yeah. You know what I'm talking about? They have that one guy, you know, he's a big fan. He's got the van, and they like pick one, and, I mean, he ends up, like, just totally covered in condiments.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. You got to show me that.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
You know what?
And Kenneth Cleveland says, big old tell Bill I need him to pick up Sophia from the airport. There you go.
I'm on it.
Manny J. Snow, by the way, after that, chimes in with a super chat. And he gave me a sticker. He knows I love the stickers. He's got the fist pump.
We need to switch gears. We're a minute behind here. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, one more. Cookie Vice, love here on the super chat. He says the Celtics are a difficult matchup for the Heat, but I have 100% confidence in Spo and the Heat coaching staff. Well, guess what? I'm glad you brought that up, Cookie Vice, because Zach Harper from The Athletic, he covers the NBA on a daily basis. One of the best follows on Twitter, Talk Hoops. He joins us next.
It's a buyer's market at Toyota of Hollywood. Over 1,500 Toyotas on the ground, and truckloads just keep on coming. Now pay up to 50% less. 2020 Camry, not $29,000, $17,775. 2020 Corolla, not $22,000, $13,775. Buy a new 2020 Toyota with 0 down and 0% financing, or we'll make your payments till 2021 at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street.
Are you tired of watching the same old travel videos on the internet? Well, then check out MikeNoGoZones.com, a travel documentary that's breaking barriers. I go to the places that the media tells you to fear, where no one else dares to go. Baltimore, Opelika, South Side of Chicago, and more. Go to MikeNoGoZones.com.
Hey, it's Big O. For all of your family dental needs, please reach out to Moody's Dental. I've known Eric for a while, a big fan of our show. Call him at 305-821-0231. Whether it's you or your kids that need some dental help, whether it's implants, Invisaligns, they are the experts. Or if you're just looking to fill a cavity or clean your teeth, or maybe even get a crown, you are going to love the professionalism, the family-like atmosphere, and of course, when you talk about being being clean. That's what it's all about in today's society. You are going to go to an extremely clean place. Go to moodiusdental.com. Go to the website. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Moodius Dental. Tell them that Big O sent you. 305-821-0231 or go to moodiusdental.com. All righty. We promised you we're going to talk a little NBA playoffs. The Miami Heat tonight, they open up game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals against the Boston Celtics. And a man that is always covering the NBA wall to wall is my man Zach Harper from The Athletic. Follow him on Twitter like I and so many others do at Talk Hoops. Z-Man, how you doing, my brother?
Oh, man, this is, I've been looking forward to the nights where we just have one game, right? Like Saturday night, we just had Lakers-Rockets, and it was great. It felt great to just concentrate on one game. This is the last night of the season in which we have 2 games, and one is because we get the great tip-off of Heat-Celtics Eastern Conference Finals, and the other reason is because the Clippers can't get out of their own way, and they haven't put the Nuggets away yet, and so we have Game 7 of that.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, dude, and it's going to be exciting to have that Game 7. First of all, before we get to the Heat and the Celtics, which is obviously the main dish for us down here in South Florida, are you going to be surprised if the Nuggets end up winning? I think you would have been surprised before this series started, but as the series developed, would you be surprised tonight if they do end up winning?
No, not at all. And definitely I would have been surprised before the series. I actually think if the Clippers locked in and played defense the way that they're supposed to, even against a team like the Nuggets, even against a player like Nikola Jokic, if they locked in and played defense like we know they're capable of, I don't think the Nuggets can stay with them. I think the Nuggets will be run off the court, and I think it would have been a sweep. But the problem with this Clippers team is they don't have that focus. Like, they just don't. I don't know if it's a Doc Rivers thing. I don't know if it's a personnel thing. But this team carries itself like they've won a lot of championships. They carry themselves like they're the Kevin Durant Golden State Warriors. And they have one guy on that team who has done anything, and that's Kawhi Leonard. And he's the only one that doesn't talk. Everyone else talks like they don't take this seriously. They've been in we're gonna flip a switch mode all season long. I think the only team they take seriously is the Lakers. And because of that, they have blown 2 massive leads in the second half in the last 2 games. And because of that lack of focus and that lack of taking this seriously, I almost expect the Nuggets to win tonight.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it, man. When you look at the way and here's the thing, Jamal did not start off well. And so now you give that young man an opportunity to heat up again. And he's kind of made, we all knew he was a really good player, but he took like another step this year in the postseason. And all of a sudden now you get Jamal going. Tonight becomes really scary if Jokic and Jamal, and then obviously Porter starts doing his thing. Now you've got yourself that big 3 going on with them.
Yeah, and it really only takes that one extra guy to get going, because I think we've learned this. We learned this in that Nuggets Jazz series that went 7. It's a high scoring, no defense series. All the first 6 games. That last game, it's 81-79. Right, that's it's going to become ugly. It's going to get tight, and I do think that benefits the Clippers in theory more than it benefits the Nuggets. But it really is only going to take a guy getting hot for a quarter in order to maybe push that over the top. And so maybe that's Porter Jr., maybe that's Gary Harris. But if they get one guy outside of Murray and Jokic to just have a moment for a few minutes, that might end up being the difference. And we don't know who that would be on the other side. We think it would be like Lou Williams or Montrezl Harrell or someone like that, right? But those 2 have been abysmal in this series.
No doubt. And, of course, Zach Harper joining us from The Athletic. Remember, they got a great deal going on right now. Subscribe to The Athletic. $1 a month. You can get it for 12 months. I know. What a joke, dude. What a joke, bro. And all the great guys you have writing, and not just nationally, but locally for us down here. Just a lot of good people, man, and some great stuff, great content. So make sure you sign up and support my man Zach Harper and all the great writers that they have there at The Athletic. All right, Zach, this is the game we've been waiting for. First of all, were you like me? Did you have the Heat kind of ending their run in the second round? Because that's what I thought. It would end with Milwaukee. The factor here, I'm super happy, but I got to say, I'm also surprised too.
I had Heat in 6 against the Bucks because I love the matchup for them. This has been something that well before the bubble, as you know, like this Heat team has been looking forward to that matchup, right? Like it was before when they thought they were going to have to go into Milwaukee and play in front of a bunch of rowdy Packer fans. Like they thought like no, we want this matchup. We can take this team down. And so because of that, and because of the issues that Budenholzer has as a coach, the issues of the design of that defense, I thought I was pretty confident the Heat would win that series. Although I thought it would be a tougher fight than what it ended up being. Going into the series against the Celtics, this is a team that is much more versatile. This is a team that adjusts a lot more, and so it's going to be a lot tougher. But I still feel really good about this Heat team.
So let me ask you something. From all my years, I don't take the regular season serious, and I rarely think it rolls over into the postseason. So are you of that general, theory? And if you weren't, what was it about the regular season that convinced you that they would win in the postseason?
No, I am of that theory just because, I think that, look, we can look, hey, this team went 3-1 against them in the regular season. That must mean something for the playoffs. And it's like, yeah, if both coaches are giving everything they've got and showing all their cards in the regular season, sure, which some coaches do, but not the good ones, right? And so Erik Spoelstra, I don't expect Erik Spoelstra or Brad Stevens to have shown much of anything in that regular season series. And so when it came to the Bucks, I knew that's how they play. Like they claimed after their meltdown against Toronto last year, they claimed that no, we've got adjustments. And I actually think you saw a little bit of that in Game 1 between the Bucks and the Heat because they did seem to pay a lot more attention to the three-point line than they normally do. And because of that, the Heat were able to get inside and score points in the paint, which doesn't happen against that Bucks team. And then after that, they went back to their same old stuff. And then the Heat just picked them apart from deep. And it wasn't so much what the Heat do against the Bucks, but what the Heat do against everybody and what the Bucks do against everyone. That's what made me feel like, okay, the regular season does show something because I know the Bucks are going to play the same way.
All right, I was breaking down this matchup, and I picked the Heat in 7, and one of the reasons why I picked the Heat is the bench. And I know that right now they're going to be missing what's this kid's name now? I'm forgetting. He's out at least for the first game with the ankle injury.
Gordon
Hayward. But I'm looking at the Heat bench, and to me the Heat bench is superior. And in the 7, and if you can stretch it out 7 games, you can wear them down that way. And I also look at Bam, and I think Bam is also one monster mismatch here. Talk to me about what you see, positives and negatives in this matchup for the Heat.
Yeah, I do like the bench. Now, I still look. I don't know what you do with the bubble environment. I don't know if at some point it tightens up for guys a lot more as you get deeper into the playoffs. But I do think my issues with the Heat bench is it's very young and it's very inexperienced when it comes to the playoffs. But they're not playing in front of fans, right? So, I don't know what you do with that. Normally, I'd say, yeah, even as good as Tyler Herro's been, I don't know that I trust that moving forward, with him as a rookie because, the pressure of the situation. Except you don't have 15 to 20,000 people in there, holding their breath and cheering and all that stuff when it's good and bad. And so I don't know if it affects guys in the same way. But the depth of the Heat bench is a lot greater. Boston has some guys who can make things ugly. But they also have a lot of inexperience. They have a lot of youth, and they just don't have a whole lot of skill coming off that bench. When it comes to Bam, on the Athletic, Josh Robbins, who does a fantastic job covering the Orlando Magic for us, he talked to some anonymous scouts, and I realized why they wanted to stay anonymous because one scout said, I look at the Tice Adebayo matchup, and I think it's a wash. And I'm like, this is insane. Right, like Daniel Tice is very good. I don't want Heat fans to be like, this guy sucks. He's very good. He's very good in his role.
Blue
he's
collar.
not Bam Adebayo.
Blue collar.
Yeah, he's like it's Like, he's a good player, and he's a smart player, and he does exactly what Brad Stevens asked him to do. He's not Bam. Bam is someone that can disrupt your entire offensive flow. He's someone that can dominate offensively without scoring a whole lot of points because he's so good at dribble handoffs. He's so good at moving the ball. He's good on the boards. I know they don't crash the offensive boards a lot, but he's good on the boards. And he can hit a spot-up jumper, right? Like, he's not this great three-point shooter who stretches the floor, but I think he's like something like 60% or better in the playoffs or in the bubble when he's just catching and shooting on jumpers. So, like, he can knock down a jumper too. And I think Bam is the key player in this series. I think if he can disrupt what the Celtics do on offense, and he can be what the Heat ask him to be on when the Celtics are on offense, or not when the Heat are on offense, if he can be what they ask him to be in terms of just facilitating, I just don't know how Boston keeps up with that.
How does Miami stop Tatum?
I mean, it's going to be a similar to how they tried to stop Giannis. The difference is that Giannis is a battering ram, and Tatum is, a guy who's hitting step-back jumpers and doing a lot more off the dribble because of his ability to do, side steps, do step-backs, to get into the paint. He has athleticism. Like, he can score in every single way the Celtics need him to score. But you've got Jimmy, you've got Jay, you've got Andre Iguodala, you've got even Derek Jones Jr. Like, they still have the personnel to match up with Tatum. It's just you have to funnel him in a different way. Before, they were just building a wall to keep Giannis out of the paint. And now you're still building that wall, but you're also trying to trap. You're also trying to funnel different areas of the floor. And look, I don't know if you can stop him. I don't know if you can slow him down a whole lot, but they're going to make him work. And I think that you just have to make him work for everything so that when he gets to those fourth quarter shots and deep in the game, those legs are real tired. Guy to start.
Edge, is there an edge at head coach in your eyes when you look at Spo and Brad Stevens?
No, because I mean, Spo, I think, is the better coach, but I don't think there's a gap to where I'm like, yeah, they have the advantage against the Bucks. Like, against Budenholzer, this is a bigger lopsided matchup than anything else in the playoffs, because Bud doesn't adjust. He's a good coach, but he just doesn't adjust, right? And Spo always has a plan, whether it ends up working or not. He's always got contingency plans. But Brad Stevens is very similar. He has that team, and what I think is the key aspect of how these two teams will play, he has had that team, no matter what their personnel, as a great three-point defense. Like, they really do a great job of defending the line, and that's probably going to determine, because in the series against the Raptors, in the 3 Raptors wins, Toronto shot 37% from three-point range. In the 4 losses, they shot 27%. And that's going to be, I think, the big difference just in terms of areas of the floor. If the Heat can continue to shoot well from outside, I think they win the series. But if the Celtics shut them down, and a lot of that is the defensive design of Brad Stevens, if they shut down that three-point line, that's going to make things really tough on Miami.
You said Bam would be the guy that could be the wild card here that could disrupt everything. Is Marcus Smart that guy for them? Because Tatum and Brown have got to do their thing. But if Smart brings it and is hitting that three, that's where I think it becomes really dangerous for Miami. And they've got to be really good at defending the three. So where do you who is the wild card there for you with the Celtics?
Yeah, it is Marcus Smart. It's funny because each team has a guy where I'm like, that dude cannot shoot, but he's hitting threes. Like Jay Crowder historically not a good shooter. He's had one good year, and other than that, he's a pretty bad volume 3-point shooter. Except he's been unbelievable in the bubble. And Marcus Smart, so terrible 3-point
dude. How about Butler? Butler doesn't hit
right. Well, yeah,
either.
Butler all of a sudden, he doesn't even shoot them.
I know
he doesn't even shoot them, and now he's hitting like 9 to 17 or whatever. And so for Marcus Smart, he's hitting that corner 3 in the bubble, and it is confusing me because I'm like, no, leave that guy open. But there's something about that gym that those two guys like. Marcus Smart. I mean, this is the thing. Eric Bledsoe is an excellent defender, right? Like he is an excellent All NBA defender, and he can make things really difficult for Goran Dragic. Marcus Smart's so much better. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's as quick. He's smarter. Like he is such a better defender than Bledsoe, and I think that's going to be the key for them. If they can take away all that dribble penetration from Goran Dragic, if they can take away all that getting into the teeth of the defense when he's coming around a pick and roll, and they can do that with Marcus Smart, that's going to make life really hard for the Heat.
I got a little bit of a wild card. My problem is he's got a really big issue, and is Kendrick Nunn, dude. I think Kendrick Nunn would be a great guy for the Heat in this series because I think he can defend a lot better than Goran and help out against Kemba, help out against Marcus Smart. But my problem is the kid can't shoot anymore. It's not the same Nunn from the first 2 months of the season. He hasn't been the same shooter since the first 2 months of the season. He's been very erratic. He's been just bad. I give him credit because lately he's been driving to the hoop, and at least he's generating some offense like that. But his shot has become so unreliable right now. So how do we view Kendrick Nunn? Because I think he could add an element on defense.
I think he could, but Goran is not a great defender, but I think Goran understands the moment and he knows what he's doing because he has so much experience, right? So even if he's struggling defensively, I know that he knows what to do. Kendrick Nunn just doesn't have experience at this point. And so because of that, even with his defensive capabilities, I don't trust him to make the right decision yet just because he's never been in anything close to this before. And if he's not hitting his shots and I don't know that you can trust him defensively necessarily, I don't really know what he does for you. I would rather give those minutes as like a lead guard to Tyler Hero. I'd rather see what he can do. Now, Brad Stevens can put Marcus Smart.
He can't defend.
Yeah, right. But no, he can't defend, but at least you're generating offense unless he puts Marcus Smart on Tyler Hero, and then I pray to him. I pray for him because that is going to be baptism by fire. And if he can handle that in any way, oh my God, he's a superstar in the making. But if he can't, yeah, that's what we expect. And so I think you go to Nunn a little bit. You see if he has it going. You see if he's hitting shots and he can be a little bit of a spark. But I would expect Spo to pull those minutes if he's not bringing in, especially if he's not disrupting things defensively.
Yeah, the next stage for Nunn and for Duncan for Tyler and for Duncan is to get in the gym and build the bodies up and that way they can learn to get a little bit more physical on the defensive side of the ball. That's the one thing that obviously is a big negative for them at this moment. But again, they're young, they're babies. They're still growing in this league. All right, so you picked the Heat in 6 against the Bucks. So what's the prediction here against the Celtics, my brother?
I got Heat in 6.
Nice.
I'm rolling with them. I think not only can they win the series, I wouldn't say I feel as confident as I did against the Bucks. I was pretty confident that they would win that series just because, logistically it made sense to me. This Celtics team's really good, and they do have a different star in Tatum, which he's not a better player than Giannis, but he's a tougher cover for the Heat. But just the depth issue, and there's just something about this Heat team. I like them, and I think they not only make the finals, I think they might win the finals, no matter who they face.
All right, two questions outside of the matchups tonight. First, the one is with Giannis. What do you think ends up happening? Because it looked like it was a positive meeting the way they kind of closed it out, regardless of what happened on Instagram and all that. And just a little caveat to it, he should consider Miami because if they can make Crowder shoot better and Butler shoot better from three,
right.
They can make him a three-point shooter. But go ahead. What your thoughts on Giannis? What happens there?
Yeah, I don't think anything that has happened recently will matter when it comes to his decision making. There are guys who think, I'm going to hear people out, but I'm going to go back to that team because I know that team, I trust that team, whatever. And whether he ends up leaving or not, I don't think that meaning matters at all. I just don't. He's going to make a decision. He's going to have a lot of time to think about this over the next year or whatever that calendar ends up being to the next offseason. And when we get to that point, I think his decision-making process is going to be completely different than the emotions he feels now, good or bad for the Bucks.
All right, and then the final one, I'm so intrigued. I want a writer to really delve into this subject and try to figure it out because, and I'm sure you've thought about it like the rest of us that are watching this night and day, the bubble effect. Like the Heat, my brother, they sucked on the road this year. Like they could not handle crowds and all that stuff. They go to the bubble and they're a different team. They're almost like the team in the first, month and a half of the season when they went 24-8. Not the team that was like barely over 500 for like 37 games after that. And it's weird how some players feed off of not having people around. some players need people around to tell them that they suck and scream at them. The dynamics of the bubble, you had people that adjusted to life away from the world, and there were people that were bothered by being away from the world. Can you put your finger on it, on how it's affected some, helped others in this whole thing?
I think ultimately it truly levels the playing field, right? There's no travel, there's no fans, there's none of that stuff, aside from, a random family member that Russell Westbrook may be yelling at. Like there's no distractions. Like it's just about ball, right? Like it's one of the things I hate the most is when we start talking hypotheticals of like, well, on a neutral court, this is what would happen. We never get that, except for right now.
Right.
It's on a neutral court. It's just, are you better than me? And can you prove that you're better than me for 4 out of 7 games? And I think that is a psychological effect for the real people who are about that basketball life in the NBA. And obviously all of them are to a certain extent because you made the NBA, but there are some people it's a different level. Jimmy's one of those guys. LeBron's one of those guys, right? Where it's just like, it is about basketball and what I can do to you on a court. I think it just shows who those guys are. And I think those who, the role players will get a chance to step up and live that existence. And I don't know if that's going to be something that they have to do moving forward. I don't know what the situation is going to be for next season, but at least right now, we get to have that, hey, on a neutral court, what would happen? This is what happened.
Yeah, it's like a professional Rucker League without anybody in the stands, right? Basically.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just Kevin Harlan screaming. That's it.
That's it. Follow him on Twitter at Talk Hoops. And again, you got to sign up for The Athletic right now. What a deal. $1 a month, man. You can catch Zach Harper's work just like everybody else that works for The Athletic and does an awesome job. Follow him on Twitter at Talk Hoops. Zach, enjoy the hoops, my brother. Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate it, man. Yes, sir.
Baby.
Be safe.
Be good. There you go, man. Love talking to Zach. Love talking basketball with him. It's a lot of fun. And the dynamics of all of this, it's because I'm not telling you guys anything new. I'm not breaking anything here. I'm not enlightening you on any. You could tell this whole bubble thing affects some people, doesn't affect others. Others have thrived on it. Our team has thrived on it. Our team has thrived on it big time. I don't know if Miami is at this point, if they have to play all their games normal and then they've got to go on the road and face the hostile crowds and all that. Because remember, we have a bunch of young guys too on this team that have never been through all of that. So it's something new to them it's a burden that they don't have to carry right now. Going on the road, traveling, thinking about what they got to pack, where they're going to go, what they got to eat, who they're going to meet, dealing with the fans, all that stuff that they're not in their beds, all that is out the window. You're in the same room, you go to the same hoop every day, you go to your meetings, and it's just a cycle, and you're away from the world. And it's what Zach says. We always do talk about, well, what would happen in a neutral field? Well, we got the neutral field here. Neutral court, but it's neutral. We always talk about that. Now we have our neutral environment. And Miami has benefited from this.
I have a really good question then. Because obviously
it'll be your first.
No, well,
Ever.
Please make a note. Because of that factor.
Etch it in stone.
And we were all talking about the main reason we wanted this to kick back.
Then bronze it.
Was because of the possibility of getting playoff experience.
Yes.
Huge, immense.
Yes.
You can't buy playoff experience. You only earn it, and until you have it, you don't know about it.
Who knew that we were going to get to the finals, beat LeBron, and celebrate our 4th championship?
Okay, let me throw in the...
Who knew that? Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Here's the twist. Because of it not being a true, genuine playoff experience, road, crowd, all of that, do we have that playoff experience, or is it missing a little? It doesn't matter.
No.
You're still playing on the court.
You're beating the players.
Okay,
you're in the Heat's eyes. Well, we beat you during the regular season.
So you
Milwaukee.
walk out with the same amount of moxie you should.
Yeah. We beat you, Milwaukee, without Butler on the road at your house.
Right.
We beat you at home.
Okay.
And now
now
we eliminated your ass in the bubble.
So you have that galvanized coating of, hey, I'm a playoff contender. I'm a playoff player.
I actually think it's kind of you remember the Hoosiers scene where they walk into the big gym.
Oh, yes.
And they grab the measuring stick.
Yes,
and
yes,
he
I
goes-
love that.
And he goes, "Oh, it's 10 feet, just like in Hickory."
If I'm not mistaken, these are the exact same measurements as our gym back in Hickory.
Right, and so it's Spo telling his team next year when you're in the playoffs, like, so what's the difference, bro? You played them last year. You eliminated them on a
Court's
on a-
the same
Last
size.
time I checked, it's the same court, right? Wasn't it 90 feet? Yeah, guys. Didn't it have 2 hoops? Yeah. So wasn't it on national television worldwide? Yeah. So what's the difference, guys? So as a player, like I told you, if you're a Heat player, they beat you in the regular season anyway. They beat you without their leader in Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy was
In
doing
the first
paternity
game, right.
paternity
The
leave.
first game, they beat you without it. Then they beat you at home after that. And then they beat you in the bubble, and they eliminated you. So if you're the Heat, you got to go, yeah, nothing's – what's the
So
difference?
you get the full playoff.
Yeah, because you had the whole
armor.
experience the whole
Yeah,
year.
okay.
You beat them, and I'm not – and
No, but you know why I'm asking
and-
that question,
and you
'cause
heard
like you
Zach, you heard Zach, he's just like me. I don't believe regular season rolls into the postseason. Somehow or another, it happened this year. It happened this year. Miami owned Milwaukee in the regular season, and they owned them in the playoffs, which is not something that I normally ever just because you win in the regular season, sometimes I think those teams, they're cruising, they're not trying. It might be a schedule win. You might be playing them.
They may be on
their
a
third game
back-to-back
on a fourth
night. Yeah,
you
of
know, all
course,
that
right.
crap. And so, there's a lot of schedule wins in the NBA.
You catch them at the end of the road trip of 6-7 games on
Yeah.
the road.
They're
Yeah.
worn out, and they just
Lot
want to
of
go home,
factors.
and it just, so I don't put a lot of stock on the regular season. I put no stock on the regular season into the postseason, and yet Miami proved that you
Well,
can.
you see why I had to ask that question, because like
Oh, I
you
get
said,
it. I get
we're
it.
on the road. We've been terrible.
Terrible.
Now all of a sudden, because of this neutral site, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because everything's out the window.
So-
It's down to the 2 teams and the coaching staffs. That's all. Nobody's making an impact here. Not your home court, because the road team doesn't know the court nearly as well. The fans, the atmosphere, the locker room, different bed, all that they're completely out of whack. None of that is there. Everybody sleeps in the same bed, the same room, same court every day. So there's nobody has an advantage.
The thing that's really crazy, is we were all about let's get as much playoff experience as we can this year.
Right.
And now it's like turning up the our woofers up to 11, okay?
Yeah.
Forget playoff experience, man. Let's go get the ring.
Yeah.
Like it's there for the taking.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Chris says, don't look at the records. The Heat have been the best team in the East all year, and in the playoffs are showing it. They have not been the best team all year. What the hell are you watching, bro?
If I'm not mistaken, the Bucks had the best record in
They were
the
barely 500 for like 30-something games, and they weren't the number 1 seed. That would be the best team. They would have the best record. I get it, dude. You're a fan and all that. That's fantastic. They were great at 24-8. After that, they were very mediocre for 30-something games.
What did we play?
Almost 40.
I think we played one game over 500
Yeah,
after
they
that.
were 17-16, I think it was, exactly. They were barely over 500. It's the bubble where everything changed for them.
And we lost on the
So-
road to the Wizards.
Yeah, they're doing that now, but they weren't doing that during the regular season. They were losing bad games, man. It was terrible. So that's not true. It's whatever's happened in the bubble, they have taken advantage of it. Lisa says, Bill's Mafia guy that covers himself in condiments, his name is Pinto Johnson. He throws himself from the roof of the van into the table, and then everybody covers them in condiments.
Okay, so you were right about throwing yourself and breaking the table.
Oh, yeah, but
you forgot about the condiment thing.
No. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about all the idiots that they light themselves on fire and throw themselves on the table. I've never seen the condiment guy.
You've never seen this guy?
No, I'm sure it happens because Lisa lives
They
up
do it-
there.
they do it like
Lisa's
every
the
game.
one that sent us to the Love Rochester.
Yes. And I said, my ancestors are from right there down the street, Perry
Right.
Castile.
So she knows that stuff because she lives up there. But I'm telling you that what's infamous is the idiots that are lighting themselves on fire and throwing themselves on the table. I got to see. I'm gonna YouTube it later when I get off the air.
Unless you're a
to see
stunt man or special effects guy, there's no reason to be playing with fire, bro.
Yeah.
Skin and fire don't mix.
No, definitely not. But somehow or another, they're doing it, bro. Dougie, I'm sorry I didn't see this. This is a question for Zach. Considering Zach's recent article about the regression of the 76ers, what is the next evolution in the NBA and what current playoff team is already there? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my brother. I didn't get to that. I don't know. I'm trying to think of me answering that question. What's the next team for the current evolution of it? I don't know, man. Right now, I mean, the Rockets tried that small ball stuff, and that's just not going to work. Because we have bigger athletic guys that will kill you, like Bam. You know what I mean? And that's what's happening. So I would imagine that's the next evolution, that you'll see more big men that can move around athletically and can shoot the three and handle the ball. And I think that's what you'll see eventually be the next evolution of it. Instead of going small, you're going longer. Longer and more athletic is probably what you're looking at in the NBA in the future. That would be my guess.
Yeah, the Sixers, when you hear that, 15 times playing the Celtics 76ers and the first time they've ever been swept. Like, it just keeps getting worse for the 76ers, Mm-hmm. It does.
Does anyone want to see an LA Western Conference Finals? That's the only finals I want to see. I have all respect for Denver and everything, but I want to see Kawhi and LeBron. Definitely. You know why also? I want one of them to advance, so when the Heat advances, they beat them. I don't want Denver sneaking in there. Oh, Miami got a break in the NBA Finals. They faced Denver. Not that would be a break, because Denver's pretty damn good. But I'm just saying, just for fun. But because in the end, I want my story to come true. I want now the Lakers to advance along with the Heat, and I want the Heat to pound the crap out of the Lakers and LeBron and win the fourth title. And that way Riley sits back and looks at LeBron and goes, hey, remember me? There you go. Here's your moratorium, buddy.
From the very first day that teams got together back in October, they have been talking all about the Clippers and the Lakers. It has been shoved down our throats and thrown in our face every chance TV's gotten a chance, right?
Yep.
That's been the talk
Yep.
all year.
All right, let's do hour number 4 here. Let's start it off. When we come back on the other side, I want to hear from special teams coordinator from the Miami Dolphins, Danny Crossman. He addressed the Meteors. We're going to go over his comments, and Chan Gailey also talked too. So we'll go over his comments when we come back right here on The Big O Show.
It's a buyer's market at Toyota of Hollywood. Over 1,500 Toyotas on the ground, and truckloads just keep on coming. Now pay up to 50% less. 2020 Camry, not $29,000, $17,775. 2020 Corolla, not $22,000, $13,775. Buy a new 2020 Toyota with 0 down and 0% financing, or we'll make your payments till 2021 at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street.
Are you tired of watching the same old travel videos on the internet? Well, then check out MikeNoGoZones.com, a travel documentary that's breaking barriers. I go to the places that the media tells you to fear, where no one else dares to go. Baltimore, Opelika, South Side of Chicago, and more. Go to MikeNoGoZones.com.
Hey, it's Big O. For all of your family dental needs, please reach out to Moody's Dental. I've known Eric for a while, a big fan of our show. Call him at 305-821-0231. Whether it's you or your kids that need some dental help, whether it's implants, Invisaligns, they are the experts. Or if you're just looking to fill a cavity or clean your teeth, or maybe even get a crown, you are going to love the professionalism, the family-like atmosphere, and of course, when you talk about being clean, that's what it's all about in today's society. You are going to go to an extremely clean place. Go to MoodySDental.com. Go to the website. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Moody's Dental. Tell them that Big O sent you. 305 821-0231 or go to muriasdental.com. Hey, it's Big O. For all of your CBD, THC, or hookah needs, you got to get on down to VSS West Pines at 12397 Pembroke Road. Yes, they have got legal THC. You've got to check it out. And they've got, of course, when it comes to CBD, flower, tinctures, edibles, for all kinds of reasons, whether it's pain, stress, anxiety, you name it. And don't forget, when you mention my name, you'll get 20% off. Tell the boys out there that I told you to get on down to VSS West Pines, 12397 Pembroke Road, and call them 954-613-3367. Legal THC, CBD, all of your hookah needs. You go to VSS West Pines. All right, we're back. Jack says, do you remember when Coward said the Heat have no shooters and will be out in the first round? Yeah, we made fun of that stupid ass. It's nice to be a national host and your producers do all your work. You know what I mean? But then it's not good because then when you really don't watch the games and your producers are doing all the work, then you end up looking like an idiot.
Did you see that
That's one thing I've never done in my 30 years. I've never allowed my producers to do my work, ever. I prepare my show completely. All of the story. I mean, they'll help me once in a while and they'll send me a story, but they won't tell me like, see, the thing that you guys don't know about radio, and I'll explain to you about something that happens a lot in radio, especially on national radio. The host, a lot of times, does very little preparation. It's mostly the producers. They have 2 or 3 producers, and then they get the top stories. And then the producers go and read all the stories and highlight any of the key things. So you're counting on a producer to make sure that they highlight all the right things. And then you got to come in and then you read whatever they've highlighted and whatever they've told you is the stories of the day. And then that's it. And then they've also booked the guests for you too at the same time. I don't mind having producers that can book guests for me. That is a burden I would like to unload. But outside of that, I've never in my 30 years told a producer to prepare my show. Like set everything, never. I count on myself to watch the games myself, take notes myself, and then prepare with copious notes all by myself, nobody else helping me on all that. They can send me a story, but then I will read the story myself. I will look into it, and then I will then decipher what I want to talk about in a story, in a game, what I see, my analysis, whatever it is, right or wrong, okay? Obviously, I'm going to be plenty wrong. But my point is, that's how I do things. But in Coward's case, he probably has people that are setting up his show constantly. He didn't know shit about the Heat, right? And so since the Heat are really no names, right? It's just Tyler's now making a name for himself, but throughout the regular season, he's a nobody. So is Duncan Robinson to people. You know, the average person, they don't follow it. They know Jimmy Butler. And now they know Bam because he made it to, the All-Star. So they know some of them. But they don't really know the Heat. And so then when Coward goes out and says something stupid like that, oh, yeah, they got 2 guys and no shooters. It's like, okay, dude, I get it. You don't watch the games. I got you now. You know what I mean? It's like Screaming A. Smith when last year he got busted multiple times when he's talking about football and he doesn't follow football. And he's talking about a player that's inactive, another player that's been injured for the whole year, and he thinks they're both playing in that game. And it's like, whoa, dude, do you watch the games? And that's the dangerous part about for fans. You know, I used to know a talk show host that worked at QAM and did his show off the newspaper. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. The man had the newspaper, and that's how he did his show.
You're not throwing anybody under the bus.
No, I'm not going to.
obviously.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But that's what I'm. You know, I can't do that. I can't do that. I won't do that. You know what I mean? I work every day like I'm an intern. That's how I've always worked. That's how I will always work. It's the only way I feel comfortable. You know what I mean? So I can have producers and they can help me do things, production, book guests, help me on social media, those kind of, things, the periphery. When it comes to the show itself, my show to create the subjects and what I'm going to talk about, that's going to be me. Because it's going to be what I saw, what I know about, what I read, what I studied up on, what I looked at. It has to be all of that. That's how I have to create the show. Or if not, I don't do it. Yeah, today I was doing my hit with Mobile, and they asked me something that happened in the Saints game that I did not see it at that moment. And I told them, hey, I missed that. I can't comment on it. Just rather do that than just BS it. Just my style.
You see that Coward is in the NFL studio for Fox as an analyst.
Yep.
One of the 4 or 5 guys that as soon as he opened his mouth, I was just like, the Heat have no shooters. That's brilliant.
One of the best shooting teams in the NBA.
We won the 3-point contest, by the way, at the All-Star game.
I know, but it's just
we have no shooters.
But the stats tell you they are one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the NBA. Jack is saying Hank, and no, it's not Hank. Okay? Not Hank.
You're going to have a bunch of guesses, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of guesses, but it's not.
You're not going to roll the bus over no one.
No, I'm not going to roll the bus, but it's definitely not Hank. I can tell you it's definitely not Hank. Okay? Definitely not Hank. Hank actually put work into his job. Juan Ruiz says, Big O, I respect you, brother. I remember that year you didn't watch Marlins, and guess what? Big O ain't talking no Marlins that year. Well, actually, it went for a couple years, but you're right. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I did watch the Jose games. I didn't talk about them, but I watched the Jose games. Okay, I will admit that that's the only thing I did watch, but I didn't talk about them. While Loria was on his last few years, I
even
wasn't going to give him the
here.
And plus, I wasn't going to. My problem with all of that was that I was torturing myself because I was getting close to players, and then you were getting rid of them anyway. So I said, I'm not doing that to this group here. I'm not getting close to Stan and Yelich and all these guys because they're not going to be here. In fact, I called. Fernandez, a rent a player. That's basically what was my nickname for him when he was with the Marlins, because I thought Marlins were basically renting him until he needed a new contract. And eventually Boris was going to ask for the kind of contract that he wanted to get his ass out of here, because he knew that he wasn't going to allow the kid to sign a contract here and stay here and be a loser. Because with Loria, you're going to end up being a loser, So yeah, that's but I appreciate the kind words, my brother. Thank you very much, Juan. Imagine the Clippers or Nuggets winning an NBA championship, but it was in the bubble. Neither team has ever won before. Sad for the fans. No, because the fans still get to enjoy the championship, my brother. Now, you got to remember, radically, most people aren't in the arena to win that championship. There's only 16,000 people, 17,000, 20,000, whatever the arena seats. Those are the only people that were there live. The other 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 15 million, whatever lives in your city, They're all at home, just like they are right now, watching it in the bubble. So all it is them winning it in the bubble, and then you see them in the parade the next day. So it's all the same thing. It won't change. You'll get to celebrate. It's only different for the 16 to 20,000 people that couldn't be in the arena that night. But those are the charmed few. The rest of your fans all over the world never really were there live, never were at the parade, never did anything. They just cheered from afar, right? Because if you're a Celtics fan living in Miami and the Celtics win the title and they have the parade, you're not at the parade. You weren't at the arena. You didn't go to Boston. You didn't go to LA. You watched it from Miami. You know what I mean? So that's actually not a big thing. It's a very small thing because it's only a few of the privileged that get to be there that really enjoyed that close moment. Outside of that, the experience is exactly the same whether they win it in the arena or they win it in the bubble. The next day, you're all partying in the main street of whatever your city is for the championship. So it's not really a big deal. And then Juan follows up with, yes, F. Loria, Big O. Damn right, F. Loria. Oh, do you know if Loria had to give the city of Miami their cut? No. I think he never had to give him the cut. I think they went to like court. I think it might still be in court or something. Yeah, no, that dude's a piece of crap all the way to the end. All right, I told you I'm going to talk some Dolphins here. Let's go with offensive coordinator Chan Gailey. He addressed the Meteors today.
Who are you going with first?
Chan Gailey. Chan Gailey. So we're gonna hear from the offensive coordinator, and then we're gonna hear from the special teams coach Danny Crossman. We'll go over their comments, and obviously I'll give you mine off of them. All right, go ahead. Start off with Chan.
Chan, when you went back and watched the film, I know there was some good, some bad out of the offensive line. What went well in pass pro, and what needs to get better in run blocking?
We did a good job, I thought, in pass pro for the first time out. We've got some communication things that we've got to take care of in the offensive line. But as you continue to develop the continuity there, along with young players there, for the first time out, they did a pretty good job. But it's going to keep, the tempo and the speed is going to keep getting bigger and faster every week, just because we missed some stunts, but we picked some up, so they're going to keep trying that. In the run game, it's they moved some of their people more than we had seen before, and we didn't handle movement very well, and we're going to get that too in the run game. So we've got to improve that facet of what we're trying to get done. We just didn't get our base package run game running like I want to.
Cam?
Hey, Chan, obviously you guys lost Devontae about maybe halfway through the game. How much does losing someone like him change what you can do as a play caller and what you kind of acts of
enormous
of your offense?
Yeah, we had to change some things. Everybody runs a route differently. Jakeem's a good player, but he runs things differently than Devontae does, and we don't have time on task from last year with Fitz and Jakeem like we do Fitz and Devontae. So it changes some things. It changes some thought processes. So you have to adjust, and I need to do a better job of adjusting when that happens. But it's the first time I've dealt with it with these guys, so hopefully I'll be better the next time.
Omar?
I want to ask you about the running game, and I understand that you guys want to continue with the hot hand, but did you intend to use Myles Gaskin as much as you did? And what's the vision for Matt?
He earned it.
We actually didn't know how it was going to play out in the ball game. When we have players that play certain packages for us, and when the package that we were using, Jordan Farr wasn't doing as well. It ended up lessening his play time, and Miles went up because we were more in the spread offense and doing things that that we had him in there for. We were trying to use all the packages and where it would get spread fairly evenly if we could, but it just didn't work out that way by the end of the game.
Barry?
Chan, of course, all coaches are looking for players capable of big plays, whether they're natural big plays or gadget plays. Does it look to you like either Malcolm Perry or Lynn Bowden will be able to help you anytime soon?
I don't know if I can say they'll be ready to help or not. They might be. We still work with them every day and seeing what they bring to the table, how much they've got to learn. Lynn's much further behind right now because he just hadn't been here for a while. But I'm excited about what he might be somewhere down the line, as I am Malcolm. It's just they haven't been here long enough and been in the fire, so to speak, to say that we're going to really try to expand their packages at this point. We're taking it on a week-by-week basis with where we're going with that. And, if we have Devontae, that might open up, that might not open up something. If we don't have him, that might open up something. So we're just kind of waiting and seeing on that.
All right. So to me, I kind of read into this that mentally those guys aren't there yet. And you have to understand that sometimes a receiver may have two routes to run and in that route tree in the play. And if they don't make the right read along with the quarterback and they make a mistake and then the ball is thrown deep and you went short, it gets intercepted or it's an incomplete pass, stops the clock, whatever it is, you're trying to run out the clock and you ran the wrong play. And last night, in fact, that happened in one of the plays. And so that to me tells me, look, again, we're in a microwave society. Everybody wants things done overnight. Malcolm Perry did not have a whole offseason. He did not have his rookie camp right after and then all the other camps right after that and then a training camp and a whole preseason where he would have ran several plays over and over and over again, and those mental plays would have been already there. No, he had a couple weeks to prepare for the season. And in those couple of weeks, ladies and gentlemen, guess who they're preparing more than anything? The priority players. The guys they know have to play in order for them to win. And then they're easing in the rookies and the young guys. And so if you're in a position where they already have people established and they can count on them and trust them, you're going to take a little while to get in there, which is what's going on with Malcolm Perry. If you're Noah, they're not deep at corner. Plus, they had their number one corner out for months. So it gave Noah some time to play in there. And now he was able to make an impact right away because they don't really have a third, fourth corner you're kind of battling for. So Noah had opportunities right away. Malcolm and now I'm forgetting the other kid now. Damn it. Well, anyway, you know who I'm talking about. Those two guys, there's already people in place. Jakeem's here and Isaiah Ford's here. You know what I'm saying? So Preston's here, Devontae's here. They've already got receivers here. And then and early on, Albert was part of the mix, and so was Alan Hearns. So these were all guys. They have a whole bunch of receivers in front of these guys. And they have a returner already in Jakeem. And so instead of, oh, man, can we hurry up and get those young guys in? No, we don't have to hurry up and get those young guys in. So Lynn Bowden can wait, and Malcolm Perry can wait. And so it's a slow development type thing. And so until the coach feels that in the classroom they're answering all the right questions and they know exactly all their responsibilities, then they're not going to take the field. And that's what it sounded to me when Chan Gailey was talking about it. It's, okay, yeah, we like those guys. We like what they can be, but they're not there yet. And you don't want to put a kid out there when he's not ready, because then he will look exactly like that, and it will cost your team field position, a turnover, the game, whatever it is. All right, go ahead, Bill.
Safid.
Hey, Coach. Obviously you were in the booth, but I noticed on the field, Tua Tagovailoa had his helmet on, was sitting next to Fitz, and he was kind of not too far away from the coaching staff during most of the game. How did you think of how he absorbed his first NFL game kind of on the sidelines behind Fitz?
I think very well. Robbie Brown can probably answer that better because he was with him on the sideline. But when I talked to Robbie and I talked to Tua, it seems like he was understanding what we were getting on the field and looking at the tablet, being able to absorb, how the game goes, the speed of the game. It's a different speed than college. It really is. So I think for the first time he was able to learn a lot and get a grasp, because he, normally you have 4 preseason games to get that, and he hasn't had any.
Okay, guys, we only have time for one more. We're going to go to Hal.
Hi, Chan. So regarding your running back rotation, where does Matt Breida stand right now? It took a while for us to see him in the ballgame the other day. So where does he stand? And if things should continue, might Gaskin be in the running to be your starting back at some point?
I don't know that I could ever say that we're going to, at this point, have a guy. I think that we're going to let the guys try to do what they do best. We'd like to play Breida more. I think we'll try to incorporate some of his skill set into what we do. But there's a certain number of plays in the game. You can't get them all in there at once. And so we're going to try to expand all of them's role, but at the same time, there's only a certain number of plays for guys to get in. I think we'll look and see what fits each player the best and try to do that with them.
Now, I think I addressed this yesterday, and I think he just backed me up on it 1,000%. I told you guys yesterday that it was a great thing that Myles Gaskins played well, because that adds more weapons to your backfield. I'm not exactly sure what the hard-on is with Breida. I don't know. I don't know what this whole thing with everybody asking, Breida. The dude got 4.4 yards per carry. Was Myles Gaskins the reason why you lost? I'm sorry. I must have missed him Sammy Smithing fumbling into the end zone twice against the Tennessee Oilers. Oh, I'm sorry, the Houston Oilers. I'm sorry. I must have missed that. That's how you lose games. I'm not exactly sure what this whole love affair is. I like Matt Breida too. But if you play what's the pass catching kid, damn it, he caught a couple passes coming out of the damn backfield. Patrick Laird. If you play Patrick Laird instead of Breida and instead of Myles Gaskins, and somehow or another you hand them off the ball and he averages 5 yards a carry, and you give him 9, 10, 15 carries, I don't care if Myles Gaskins didn't play or if Breida didn't play. I only care if Myles Gaskins and Breida didn't play if Patrick Laird got 2 yards a carry. Okay? Because I've heard this theory, well, Breida might have been able to house it. Well, are you sure he was going to house it? I'm not exactly sure of that. He might. He could. But doesn't mean he was. So I'm not exactly sure what all this hang-up is with Breida. And the other thing I told you guys yesterday, the beauty of all of this is now you have more backs to lean on. And so then defenses and defensive coordinators are going, Well, they're using Myles Gaskins. Well, now we're going to hit you with Breida this week. Well, they're using Breida and they're using Gaskins. Well, now we're going to hit you with Patrick Laird catching 8 passes out of the backfield this week. Oh, nope, this game, we're going to pound the crap out of you with Jordan Howard. We're going to give him 15 rushes because we feel the power running game. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I don't think. See, we have this thinking still, some people do, that you must have a bell cow. Well, no, if you traded a 5th rounder for Matt Breida, well, that means you're dedicated to him. Really? I'm sorry. Are you watching the head coach? Nick Needham balled his ass off, didn't play at all because Noah was balling. Yeah, we traded for Breida, but Gaskin's playing well. We're going to use him here. And you heard him in the no huddle. You heard him in the spread like. So obviously they feel comfortable with Gaskins. And here's the other thing. Who's been here is Gaskins. So what did I just tell you about the young guys in Malcolm Perry and Lynn Bowden? Those guys are not, they're new to this. And I know Breida's a veteran, but he's also new to the game. So he's got to get to know his teammates too and the offense. And while the offense is new to everybody, Gaskins has been here. There's a comfort zone already. There is no negative, and there's no reason to search for a negative why Gaskins played and Breida didn't play as much. You'll see there'll be a game where Breida plays his ass off and Gaskins plays nothing. That's the way it's going to be. And maybe there'll be a game where they use Patrick Laird out of the backfield as a pass catcher. I don't think it'll be a running back, but as a pass catcher. And you'll go, wow, hey, Patrick Laird caught 5 passes in this game. Man, they used him a lot. It's what the game plan calls for. Nothing wrong with that. All right, so now the special teams coach, Danny Crossman of the Miami Dolphins, addressed the Meteors today. And with the Devontae Parker injury, I'm interested to see how he handles some of the special teams questions, including Jakeem Grant. So let's hear from Danny Crossman, special teams coordinator for your Miami Dolphins.
There didn't seem to be too many huge plays either way on special teams, but a couple of things stood out. The decision to go with Jakeem as the primary kick and punt returner, what went into that?
He's earned that right. He's had, he had a good camp. He's got good production in the past.
He's the best player.
Obviously, there's always things we need to improve on, and we will improve going forward. But he earned the right to be the guy to start in both those phases.
He's our best player.
Cam?
Hey, Danny, I guess with your guys, but also across the league, it seemed like kicking was sort of a talk around the league. I think the number was like 71% on field goals in week 1. How do you kind of look at that dynamic? Is it the offseason, the pandemic? What goes into sort of the uncertainty around, field goal accuracy?
I think the biggest thing is, the lack of the preseason games, to be out there to truly do it at full speed, the rush element, the protection element, a little bit different than you can simulate in practice. So I think you'll see those numbers get back to more of the norm going forward.
Travis?
Hey, Coach. Clayton Fejedelem popped up on the injury report late in the week. I'm just curious how much of a challenge it is for you guys to, lose a core special teamer like that so late in the week and kind of have to alter your plan.
Yeah, it's always hard anytime you lose anybody, but truth be known, you'd rather it be in practice as opposed to being in the game, because then you're a little bit more of a scramble, and then you're down a body too based on game day roster. So yeah, you never want players to go down, whether it be in practice or in a game. But a little bit easier when it happens in practice.
Barry?
Hi, Danny. I know Lynn was inactive because he's still learning the system after the Raiders trade, but both Noah and Lynn have a history of multiple long returns in college. Are you giving any serious thought to either as a return option?
Oh, absolutely. Those guys have been working, obviously, Lynn just getting here, but we'll continue to work with those players and see how it develops as the season progresses.
Cam?
pretty
Hey, Danny, just kind of piggybacking off of what Barry said. How long does it take typically for you to get comfortable with, whether it be a returner or a specialist, being a guy that you trust in that role?
Well, I think it all depends on the player and his history before me, and then what obviously I see during it. But I don't think it takes long. But it's all about opportunities. There's only one of them. So when you play the game, there's only one of them. So you got to make a decision and go with that one, and then see what progresses.
There you go. Not really a lot there, Danny Crossman saying, and obviously the special teams. Listen, when you ask him about Jakeem Grant, what's he gonna say? What is there to say? And it's at one point you have to trust your coaches. I get that they traded for Lynn Bowden. I get that they drafted Malcolm Perry. Give them some time to actually work with those young men and make sure that they're ready to go out there and they're as prepared as possible because, as you all know, okay, young players are going to make mistakes. Well, you want to try to limit those mistakes as much as possible. Part of that is making sure that they're prepared to take the field. That's it. So there you go. All right, good stuff there from the coaches. Appreciate that, as always. Let me get a little music news here. We always got to get a little music news in because there's always stuff to talk about. First of all, let's start off with the little birthdays in music. We start off in 1946. Ola Brunkert was born on this date. Ola is the drummer with the Swedish group ABBA, and he also played on every ABBA album and toured with the group. He was found dead with his throat cut at his home in Mallorca, Spain on March 17th of 2008 after he was hit in the head after he hit his head against a glass door in the dining room of his home. What a way to go, huh? It's just terrible. Paul Thompson was born on this date. Paul Thompson was the drummer for the Scottish indie rock band Franz Ferdinand. And they had the winners of the 2004 Mercury Music Prize for their self-titled debut album. Those are some of the birthdays in music. Not a heavy day for that in music. We start off in 1965. The Ford Motor Company, listen to this, on this date in 65 became the first automaker to offer an 8-track tape player as an option for the entire line of vehicles on sale in the U.S. Tapes were initially only available at auto parts stores as home 8-track equipment was still a year away. So in 65, Ford was the first with an 8-track. Dude, you got an 8-track player in your car in 65, and you were like the stud of all studs. You know what I'm saying? It's badass.
What do you got in your 8-track collection, brother?
I don't have any more 8-tracks. I never was able to keep my 8-tracks. My mom threw those away.
Oh, man.
I had,
I'm sure you had Boston.
I definitely had. I have both Bostons.
Yep.
I had some Zeps. I had Lakeside, Fantastic Voyage. I remember that.
How about a Peter Frampton, maybe?
No, I had the album.
Okay.
I didn't get the 8-track for that. I'm trying to remember some of the 8-tracks I had.
I'll say 8-tracks stuck around because my 70s, my parents gave me their car, my first, Caprice.
Yeah.
It had an 8-track, and that was 77.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
77, man.
8-tracks were around until we got cassettes. Then that's what put away the 8-track.
79, 80.
Yeah, right. Very late 70s, early 80s.
Here.
Yeah.
I have all the Zeps, AC/DC, Back in Black. I've got Neil Diamond's greatest hits, Rumors, Blondie.
How about that?
Yeah. Queen, The Game.
Oh, I had that one. I had the game. I had the game on 8-track. I remember that one. Definitely.
One of the happiest days of my life. You remember when I got the converter to turn the 8-track into a cassette player.
Yeah, definitely.
You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That was like one of the greatest days of our lives.
Yes. Oh, man. So good. All right, 1979, Led Zeppelin scored their 6th U.S. #1 album with In Through the Outdoor. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, baby. They started a 7-week run at the top of the charts. It was their 8th studio album by Zeppelin, and it was the final album of entirely new music, because after that was Coda, and that was after Bonham had died, and years later, it was several years later that they did Coda after Bonham died. In 1997, on this date, a 34-year-old man was awarded more than $20,000 or pounds or whatever it is in France by a French court after he lost his hearing when he stood too close to the loudspeakers at a U2 concert in 1993. How about that? That's why I always wear, although when I was young, I wasn't wearing any of that, and I was pretty close to them damn speakers. You know, when you're young, you think it's actually cool to be close to speakers, and meanwhile, it's like a really stupid thing to do. 2004, on this date, Johnny Ramone, the guitarist for the Ramones, unfortunately passed away in Los Angeles after a 5-year battle with prostate cancer. Founding member of the Ramones, major influences on many punk bands, as you all know. In 2008, Pink Floyd keyboardist and founder member Richard Wright died at the age of 65 from cancer. Wright appeared on the group's first album, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, in 1967 alongside Syd Barrett, Roger Waters, and Nick Mason. David Gilmour, who joined the band at the start of 68, said, "He was such a lovely, gentle, genuine man and will be missed terribly by so many who loved him." In 2005, the full band reunited for the first time in 24 years for the Live 8 concert in London's Hyde Park. Wright had also contributed vocals and keyboards to Gilmour's 2006 solo album, On an Island. Let's see, that was 2019 on this date. Kind of a sad day today. Rick Ocasek, the former lead singer of the Cars, was found dead in his New York City apartment. He was 75, one of the founding members of the Cars. Kind of sad, right, to hear that, he ended up passing away. You end up losing Johnny Ramone, Rick Ocasek, and what's it called? Now I'm forgetting his name now.
Right. From Pink Floyd.
Yeah. No, and also, I'm sorry, and the ABBA guy, too. Ola Brunkart.
You know, it's
his birthday, but the way he died.
No, it's
not the way you want to go. Now, as you know, I've been dying for a concert, right? I don't know if I'm going to go to this one, but, it does give me a reason to maybe have a road trip. I haven't had one in a while.
Or a glimmer of hope.
Well, Stain frontman, Aaron Lewis. Are you a Stain fan? I like Stain.
Yeah, they got some stuff.
Stain is good. And Godsmack lead singer, love Godsmack, Sully Erna, have announced that they are teaming up to launch the American Drive-In Tour next month. Danny Wimmer presents. Danny Wimmer is in charge of Rockville, Bourbon and whatever, Rocklahoma. They have 8 festivals in this country. Some of the biggest festivals Danny Wimmer presents are in charge. And so they are producing a trek that is scheduled to kick off on my birthday, October 1st, in Wichita, Kansas, at the Starlight Drive-In, and will be wrapping up November 1st in Del Mar, California, in the fairgrounds. Now, I know some of you are asking me, well, what about us? What about you? Daytona, Florida, baby. Friday, October 23rd. You know that we can, do the show early. We could, get up, do the show, at 8 a.m., get done by 10, get our asses in the car. We'll be in Daytona by 4 or 5,
Before that.
Yeah, whatever. But have a nice lunch, go to the concert, then drive back. We can do it.
You know, I'm just going to say,
It's the only Florida date, by the way.
Look, this is not the Daytona trip, Rockville, but I'll take any consolation prize at this point.
Drive on the beach. Can you still do that in Daytona?
You know what? The last time I was there, it was only to a block or two. You couldn't just you
can't do the
drive. I mean, I remember back in the day when my cousin was up at Embry-Riddle, you can literally get right by the water, park wherever you want. Then
I know.
It back,
I've done it.
And you were but like I saw the regression of you could go wherever, you could put your car in the water and pull a terms of endearment, run my hair through the wind, like Jack Nicholson. But no, then they moved it back. They had it all coned off, and you were like 100 yards from the shore. Then there was, okay, you can't just drive for miles. You get to drive for a couple blocks and just say you were on the beach, And to this day, right now, I have no idea. I don't know.
I'd like to go to that concert, man. Details, it says socially distanced driving up to 4 patrons per vehicle. It'll probably be just you and me, unless Greep wants to go. Greep loves Godsmack.
I happened to talk to him last night, and the way he was salivating, he listened to the Dave Mustaine Zoom thing, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I know he's jonesing like me.
I'm sure he would.
I know
love
he's jonesing like me.
He's in the car.
I'm like Pookie needing crack right now the way I want a concert. Seriously. I'm just trying to sell the turkey to get more crack. I mean, I just
so you're up
anybody
there
want turkey?
You're up there in the step van, you grab the frozen turkey and you're ready to sell it.
No, that wasn't frozen. That one was cooked. That bitch was cooked.
That's true. It was
bitch was cooked. Crazy. Friday, October 23rd, Daytona, Florida. I got to tell you, man, that's it's tempting, man. I know my wife won't give me any crap. She sees me every day on YouTube. I'm watching a concert every day. I watch videos, live videos, recorded videos. It's almost like I felt like Sunday. I felt like I was early in the morning. I felt like I was doing before the football started. I felt like I was watching MTV because I was just watching videos. I'm dying for a concert, man. And look, that's cool. You pull up in your car. That's it. Hang out. We go to a nice restaurant after that and go home. It's not that bad.
To actually get to see a show, man.
Yeah. Super Boom Shack goes, I'm in Orlando. I can be in Daytona in 40 minutes. You bastard. Damn it. Super Boom Shack, you lucky bastard. Damn. That would not be like, if I'm like Super Boom Shack.
No question.
There's like no doubt I'm there. Like Super Boom Shack, I don't know if you like those guys. I don't know if you're into Godsmack or Stained. If you are, and if I'm you, I would have, forget it. I'm buying tickets. I'm going. At least for us, it's a drive still. You know what I mean? That's because I don't even want to stay in a hotel. I want to just come right back. I want to go in a hotel.
The last time we saw Godsmack was your birthday.
Yes. Yes,
and
we saw
Grape
Godsmack
got you
on my
the
birthday.
backs and all, and you got to meet Lizzie and Hailstorm. Wow.
We saw Lizzie. We saw Hailstorm and Godsmack, and that was awesome. Got to meet Lizzie.
One of the
fantastic.
coolest, the lead singers.
Love Lizzie.
When he did the drum off with the drummer.
Oh yeah, yes.
You want to talk about a super talented guy that goes under the radar, man.
Oh yeah,
playing guitar, bass, drum, bro.
Sully's a genius, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yes.
Oh, I mean, he
amazing.
Yeah, bro, he's super talented. I mean, anybody that, if you know Godsmack, you know what I mean. It's like it's a hell of a band.
And they had a blue-colored shirt. I'd like to thank them for their effort.
Oh yes,
in the T-shirt
As
variety
always,
department.
Yes. Dougie Fresh chimes in with a little super chat. Oh, I've got a music question. Since we have been approved, What's the name of our Hall of Fame band who plays what? And what's the set list? You're talking about the Dolphins, and I got to call a Hall of Fame guy. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call him tomorrow, actually. I got to call a Hall of Fame guy to kind of set this whole thing up. Maybe we'll bring him on the show and have some fun and talk about the Hall of Fame a little bit. Well, I don't know what we're going to call our band. I don't know what we're going to call them. You know, we are going to be singing the Dolphin Fight song. We're going to be around Shula's bust. So, Shula's Soldiers? I don't know. That's got to, we're going to have to come up with something. We're going to have to come up with some kind of a nickname. I don't know. That's a good one. That's a good one. I got to think of one, Dougie. I really do. That's a must. One more music note. Bill Wyman from the Rolling Stones. He had an auction, and he ended up selling the most expensive toilet seat cover ever at an auction. Over 3 days last weekend, the rocker sold over 1,000 items from his extensive personal collection at Julian's Auction in Beverly Hills, California. Among the smorgasbord of items was a property from Bill Wyman and his Rolling Stones archives. Auctions were guitars, musical instruments, amplifiers, stage-worn ensembles, awards, personal items, memorabilia. One of the surprise standout successes at the auction was an acrylic plush yellow toilet seat cover emblazoned with the Rolling Stones' iconic tongue. There you go. See it? So, this originated from the Stones' 75 American World Tour. The toilet seat cover sold for an impressive $1,152, which, according to Julian's Auctions, is the world's record for the most expensive toilet seat cover ever sold at an auction. The Bog seat cover aside, there were two further world records at the auction. Wyman's historic 62 VOX AC30, it's an amplifier. It sold for $106,000, setting a new record for most expensive amplifier in an auction, trumping the combined sale of 2 amps by David Gilmour that fetched $77,000 last year. I got to tell you, I'd rather have a David Gilmour amp than a Bill Wyman amp. Just saying. Nothing against Bill Wyman, fantastic drummer, but when I think amp, I think guitar. When I think guitar, I think of David Gilmour. Okay, that's just me. That's just me. I'm just saying. I think that if I had to pay $100,000 for his amps, and I'm 106, and I'm paying 77 for David Gilmour, I think I got myself a bargain. Are you with me there?
Yes. I just have I have a question because I seem to recall back in the day we'd get the spending of like the Pentagon and the fact that they spent $1,500 on a toilet seat. I think they have the most expensive toilet seat of all time.
Yeah.
That isn't like 14 karat gold for Imelda Marcos or some ridiculousness.
Yeah, something like that.
But I think the Pentagon spent the most on a toilet seat.
But there's a toilet seat cover. It's different.
Oh,
there's a toilet seat cover.
Thing, the little
thing.
furry fuzzy.
Yeah, you didn't see the picture.
I don't even think they have those anymore, do they? Those are.
Yeah, that's very 70s, 60s.
Right?
Yeah. Additionally, a 69 Fender Mustang bass with competition orange became the most expensive bass at an auction ever, selling for $384,000. Now, a portion of the proceeds from the auction will benefit Prince's Trust, Macmillan Cancer Support, and CCMI, the Central Caribbean Marine Institute. So some of the proceeds, at least, are going to a good cause. So Wyman is doing a nice job there.
Did you get a crocheted Rolling Stone toilet roll holder? You remember the old ones?
Yeah. Crazy. Ray J is filing for divorce from Princess Love, his wife. So it looks like they're calling off their marriage twice. Ray J filed divorce docs Monday in L.A., citing irreconcilable differences, a move that comes a few months after Prince Love first filed to divorce her husband and the Love and Hip Hop Hollywood co-star. So what happened? After Princess filed in May, the couple reconciled over the summer, but it didn't last. As we reported, they've been living separately earlier in the year after the relationship issues culminated with a blowout fight in Vegas. Princess claims Ray J stranded her and their daughter Melody in Sin City following a heated argument. At the time, Princess was only weeks away from having their second child. Princess gave birth to their son, Epic, in January, but it wasn't enough to smooth things over, and now it seems they want to be officially donezo. So there you go. This time they are done. They were married way back in 2016. Way back in 2016. It's a long marriage. Now, I've got an idea here. Kanye West is having his issues. Okay, we all know it. He's gone after Kim and the mom and all that. They had that whole brouhaha in the meeting and all that. You know, this might be a time for Kim to get divorced again. You know, I know she's like terrified of divorcing even crazy-ass Kanye because if she divorces him, it just makes her look so terrible because she can't keep a man. And so I understand that, but I'm thinking we bring the world full circle now. Because the reason Kim K got popularity was because Ray J made a video, a porn with her. So I'm thinking Ray J divorces Prince, Kim K and Kanye call it off. They get divorced. Now Kim K can now get reunited with Ray J. They can make another video and live happily ever after again. There you go. And everybody's happy.
Special guest appearance by Paris Hilton.
There you go. Why not? Paris films it, directs it. You can do it all. So this is a really good opportunity to bring everything full circle now in everybody's life. I think it's important, but you know, that's just me. What can I tell you? Did you see Netflix? They are rebooting, okay, but in animation, Good Times, the show from the 70s. Did Good Times get into the 80s? Did it reach? Because it was in the 70s. It was the back end of the 70s, so I don't know if it got to 1980. But whatever.
I remember that James was working in Alaska, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he passed away. And JJ, I guess, got, picked up as an artist. It ended abruptly. I think it was 6 seasons they had. Does that sound about right?
You're probably right. Let me see. 74 to 79, doggy. That's 6. 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. 6 seasons. So it didn't get to 1980. It ended up in 79. So there you go. So they're going to do a cartoon, an animated version of Good Times. I don't know if that's fly. See, the problem is that in our PC society, I don't know if the Good Times fly nowadays.
It's very dated.
Yeah.
It's like
it would have, the dialogue would be completely different. It can't be remakes, but what I'm saying is you could not do a new All in the Family.
You have to. You have to take the original and that's it.
Right.
It probably you'd have to update it. It wouldn't be what it was.
No, but what I'm saying is you can't have the brutal honesty that there was in some of those shows. You can't have that nowadays. You can't. The stereotyping, all that kind of stuff.
Got to candy coat it up.
Yeah, dude, you got to be so PC nowadays that I just don't think it's there. I just don't. All right.
I'll be honest with you, man. Whenever I see those, I will stop and watch.
Oh, for sure.
Any of them.
For sure. Definitely. Big O, did you hear about the girl who cut her hand trying to get insurance money? Now she's looking at insurance fraud, 2 years in jail. Well, good for her.
I did see that.
Good for her.
It was
stupidity.
Russia, Belarus, one of those, that Scandinavian area, Russia, Norway.
Oh, it's not in this country?
No, not in this country. But yeah, her and her husband, boyfriend, fiance, whatever, came up with this idea and like cut her hand off that it was an accident.
Right.
And yeah, now she's going to jail for 2 years.
Yeah.
They were trying, I think, if I remember correctly, I think I saw it was like $1.2 million was going to be the settlement.
Oh.
Yeah. So she's lost her hand, and now you're behind bars.
All right. Super Boom says, Big O, meet me at the drive-in, and I will bring you a box of cigars. That's very kind of you, my brother. You'll know if we're going. We'll talk about it. But I definitely want to go. So I'm going to try to see if I can make it happen because I haven't been to a concert in several. I'm not used to not going to concerts this long.
I don't think since,
I don't know,
12, 11, 10.
Yeah, I don't know what age.
We have
it's been.
not gone this long.
No way.
No way.
No way. There's no way
Ever
I've gone
in
this
our
long,
lives.
This long months. It's been like when was the UFO concert? Do you know the exact date? I can probably look at the pictures, and it'll tell me the pictures.
I want to say, man, we were in the beginning of March.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We were in the very beginning of March because we were on post maybe a week or two, and that's when all this stuff happened. I know the shutdown day because obviously St. Patrick's Day. That's the day that the bars and everything shut down, March 17th. So had to be in the first week in March.
Yeah, I'm looking for the pictures now. Here they are. Dude, February 25th. February 25th. That's when it was. Wow.
I wouldn't have guessed February.
February 25th. Yep. Yep.
So we're coming up on 7 months of no concerts, man?
Hanging out with the UFO. Yeah. February 25th. That sucks. Did I send you these pics?
I want to say I have. I want to say I have one. I might not.
It was February 25th. That was our last
Look,
concert.
Do you notice my hair?
Yeah.
In just 6 months, it's grown like 7 inches, man.
Yep. Yep. How about that, man? It's been way too long without a concert, bro. Way too long. All right, we got to thank Bill and Philippe, as always, getting it done on video and audio. As always, our super chatters today, Ian from Brooklyn, Kenneth Cleveland, Miami Kid J, Manny J. Snow, Cookie Vice, Dougie Fresh. We thank you all out there as always.
Recent research has shown
super chat.
makes no sense.
Yeah, you're getting focused on all the wrong sort of details here. You need to forget about all the normal rules that apply in society.
Wasted no time. Super chat. I thought it was really, 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 really cool.
You should all be very proud of yourself.
I have no response.
Super chat.
That was perfect.
George Albanese had a great line. He goes, "No, you mean Archie wouldn't fly. Sadly, Meathead would be embraced." That's fantastic, bro. It's so true. It's so true.
You could go see Archie's chair in the Smithsonian, by the way, if you didn't know that.
George goes, "Did you smoke a bone with them?" "No, sir, no. We just went to rock out and meet him, and that's it." Okay.
That's actually the first night when we were up by Jacksonville.
Yeah, Ponte Vedra, right?
Ponte Verde.
Ponte Vedra, Verde, Vedra.
It was
whatever.
an old church, right?
Yes, it was an old church. It was a former church that, which was great because acoustically,
oh no,
it's fantastic.
But the place that we were at in St. Pete.
Oh no,
that place was really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I've been to that place several times. That place is awesome. Anyway, we are out of here. You all be good out there. Be safe. Much love as always. Thank you for downloading the show, watching it, chatting, super chatting, texting, however it is you support us and our fantastic sponsors. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, you know
live
what?
from VSS West Pines.
Somebody's got something to say.
Man, you better quit playing with these Miami goons from the Dade County.
That's right.
Exposure. UD over there. The Cap, the OG. Rick Rose, Boss, Big Perk called this. I'm telling y'all.
Love it. I'm going Heat plus 1.5, and I'm going Nuggets plus 7.5. Y'all be good out there and have fun.
Let's
all
go
right?
Heat.
And be safe. Take it easy.
Till tomorrow. Wait. Tomorrow, VSS.
I just said it already.
Modified, you did?
I did. I said
Okay,
VSS
I'm
was-
sorry. Okay. Go Heat.